with more info that explains things even better. And even if some steps are more involved, it's a way smoother process overall. Also, we are fucking live and alive, ladies and gentlemen. We have Sync versus Lake to start out day 3 of qualifiers, and they are in the maximum gear. It looks like Sync taking a bit of damage early on. Lake sent an early Void Waker spec to get some motion going, and now Sync is cooking them with some bolts. The Void Waker on prayer from Sync follows it up with some bolts. Unhumble. The halberd's not really hitting much for either dude. Lake fresh frozen. Sync sends a bolt and steps under. No, gets fresh frozen. A big 35 barrage from Lake into a big 33 halberd, but Lake takes a 50 something Void Waker off of prayer. Sync doing well to do damage to get Lake off of him because that was a dangerous situation. But then Lake returns a 55 Void Waker. Sync hits him back with a 33 bolt. Both these dudes doing crazy damage. These sets are insane. 23 bolt coming out from Lake. Sync gets fresh frozen. Lake gets under with the 34 barrage. Starts cooking with the DD. Lake has no spec. Neither of these dudes have spec. Halberd 7 onto Sync. Steps out. Void Waker nothing. Void Waker whack though, so it's a free hit. The bolt is just 6 steps under Sync. The halberd on robes 21 for Lake. Lake's got fresh frozen into a 36 bolt. Sync stepping under DD control. Both these dudes about 80. No, Lake is eating up. Sync taking this opportunity to do damage and does damage. 46 halberd onto Lake on the DD, still cooking. Lake about to be unfrozen. Sync going for some big barrages, splashes, gets caught. 30 barrage onto Sync. Lake, Void Waker hit into the halberd, 15 on Sync. Neither of those hits were answered. Bolt onto Sync, nothing, but Lake gets fresh frozen off of him, a 16. Sync about to be unfrozen, hits a bolt, 5, no. Sync gets hit a 27, big barrage as he steps under Lake. It then takes a 42 halberd. That's going to reset the entire DD. Sync is going to take this time to eat up. Lake's about to be unfrozen. More than a brew left for Lake. Just under 3 sips left for Sync. Lake a bit ahead, but does get fresh frozen by Sync and then takes a 43 bolt. Sync trying to put some damage down. Takes a 31 halberd though onto the DD. Lake trying to keep him off. Takes a 37 halberd. Another big halberd. This halberd's going crazy, but Sync takes a 29 bolt as he's doing this. Sends a 25 bolt, then gets frozen off with a 34 barrage into a 63 Void Waker. Lake KO Sync. Very nice stack of damage. Sync was way too low, choosing damage at the end instead of sipping his 2 sips of brew, and that is that. That was a good fight. Okay, we're halfway through Vank versus Mika. Mika with a little bit of a staff bash, but Mika does have a bit more food, a lot more food actually. They have about the same amount of spec. Neither of them have a full spec. 40 barrage. Oh, I don't know who hit the 40 actually. Mika going for his patented blood barrage spam. Lands a couple of them. Looks for some bolts. Vank fakies the mage into a bolt that doesn't land. Then gets fresh frozen. 11 barrage. Mika, blood barrage slashing. 15 blood barrage lands for Vank. Halberd, nothing for Mika. Takes a 15 bolt onto the way to get the DD. Chipping Vank down with a 16 and another 9. A halberd 32 on Vank. No prayers up for Vank, but does freeze Mika off with a 12 barrage. Steps under for the DD. Resets his full HP to 118. Has nothing left in his inventory to change his HP. What does he got? He's got a spec coming up. Can he sit Mika? Mika's just got to sit super high HP, but that's going to hurt. 45 halberd onto Mika. Shows the Void Waker Mika does. But does catch Vank with a 0 freeze. Both these dudes with spec? No, only Mika with spec. Vank about to have his spec. Mika hits a bolt. Little 9. Both these dudes splashing. Both these dudes do have spec now. Vank hits a 33 bolt into a 21 Void Waker. It was a fakie from the halberd, but Mika does not bite on that fakie. Praise Mage hits a 34 bolt proc onto Vank. Both these dudes looking to freeze. Vank gets frozen 21 barrage. A bolt to step under is Mika. Vank with only 45 HP. It's not looking good. Mika has spec. A 36 comes out. 16 bolt. Good fight. Who doesn't pray melee? I don't know. Mika he's better. It was a really sick fakie, and it was just sick prayer. Honestly, respect on that prayer, dude. And we are back. Game 2. Lake versus Sink. Lake shot that 1-0. And gets the first freeze. A big 40 barrage into a 55 Voidwaker. Holy fucking chancer. Did Sink even eat that? You didn't miss anything? No. This is still round 1. Welcome in, Plum. Blood barrage landing for Sink in 18. Lake doing a bunch of fakies as he's standing next to Sink. Both these dudes exchanging a 13 for an 18 bolt. Sink still has full spec. Lake freezes Sink 1 barrage into the Voidwaker. 36 off prayer. Lake with all the momentum in the world. Voidwaker hit. Earns a free hit. The bolt is a 42 on the robes. But does get frozen off. Gets a 41 for Voidwaker from Sink. Oh, I don't know what we're doing for music, but that's what we... So wait, you can see the chat. Wait, could you have seen the chat the whole time? Fuck. My bad. Okay, we're back in the fight. Sink is fresh frozen. Lake going to work on that DD. That fast from Lake is a 13. Oh my, 40 barrages coming out from Lake. Fresh frozen to Sink. These barrages are crazy in this setup. Genuinely, the fact that you can have 40 and is not the maximum is insane. Both these used for fresh frozen next to each other, same time. Sink on frozen though with a 28 bolt, steps under from a 24 barrage with Lake. Albert 44 cooking. Splashing bolts, looking for the freezes. Both these dudes splashing. Lake gets caught. 10 barrage into the 7 bolt. Sink stepping under, opting for the bolt spam. Hits a 32 bolt into the Voidwaker. 29, just barely on prayer. Lake had switched off. Takes a 32 bolt. Halberd is a 54 on Lake. Lake is sitting with just 1 brew left. Oh my, wait. What did he follow it up with? Oh my god, I just missed. I just went to go look at Lake's food and he took another massive. Was that another massive halberd? Did he not double eat? I actually went for a DD and got Hallie spammed. Oh my. I just went to I went to look at his inventory and watch if a double eat would happen. And he just fell over to... I saw the 50 something halberd and then bro just fell over. Okay. Instant replay? Lake is also opting for the 2-way. Oh, wait, not the KO. Oh, okay. No Sleep Coxie and then Torvesta Alfie. Okay, well, we got Lake. We got Lake Sink, game 3. Sink with the initial freeze. Gets to work with the DD. 27 bolt. Followed by a 54 halberd. Sink is bamming the fuck out of this halberd. 31 Voidwaker from Sink onto Lake's prayer. Crazy that Lake just camps at Mage prayer. Not wanting to get hit. 32 Voidwaker comes out from Lake, but then gets hit a 33 bolt. Flashes, no. Sync gets fresh frozen. Lake at half HP gets frozen same time next to Sync. Sync has been doing very well with these halberds, and now he's in range. 53 halberd comes out from Sync. Holy halberd. What an insane weapon. And then another 53 halberd. This weapon isn't actually a joke. Sync is absolutely loving the Noxious halberd RNG. What is Lake supposed to do about that? Gets the same time far away. Maybe this is what Lake is supposed to be doing about that. Just go for the range mage fight. But at this point, it favors Sync when there's such a food differential, and then Sync gets a big 34 bolt, and then Lake going in for the same maneuver. He went in on 30 something HP, and that was a fucking bolt chance. Then Sync catches the freeze into a 34 bolt. Nah, the RNG of this fight is turbo cooked. Lake has a spec, but is he even going to get it off? He has 2 angler foods remaining. Sorry, 1 angler food remaining. He just ate it. Hits a 26 halberd of his own, but... And for what? 24 Voidwaker followed by a 14 halberd on prayer. Sync just sitting there. Has all the food in the world. Has all the time in the world. Even has a special attack. They same time each other right next to each other. Just kidding. Sync's unfrozen. I wasn't sure actually. Lake 6-7 HP. Just kidding. Eats his angler 89 and nothing left. Sync. All he has to do is cook with the halberd. 28 halberd for a 30 bolt exchange. But Lake does not have a spec for a long time. Sync just has to bring it home. 24 bolt onto Sync though. Sync taking a bit of damage, not really able to do much. About to be unfrozen. A 0 blood barrage lands for Lake. That's so unlucky. Freezes Lake with a 10 barrage with the bolt step under. It's a 20 bolt. Gets the step under. The halberd was nothing. Lake's getting so unlucky here. Hits a 25 bolt, but takes a 19 into a 15 Voidwaker. Holy RNG. Holy RNG. Let's see if we can catch Torvesta Alfie. Nice. So I think this is game 3 of Torvesta Alfie. And it is down to the wire. It looks like Alfie might have slightly more food. Big blood barrage lands for Torvesta. Big 34 blood barrage. It's a follow-up bolt. I can't see how much spec Torvesta has, but Alfie's about to have a spec. Alfie resetting. Both these dudes full HP. Torvesta using the DD. They exchange a 25 for a 28 bolt. And then Voidwakers, but Alfie's is better. A 43 bolt follows up Alfie's. A blood barrage lands for Torvesta, but is not going to be enough. Alfie has 2 sips of brew remaining. The halberd comes in a 4 only on Torvesta. Torvesta has some food, 1 sip of brew, but does he see it up in his top corner? A 24 blood barrage lands for Torvesta. Okay, the RG going back his way. 34 halberd lands for Alfie. A blood barrage, a 13 lands for Torvesta. The halberd, nothing for Alfie. Alfie's about to be unfrozen. Hits a 21 bolt. This is down to the wire. 20. No, it was a 23 on 20 halberd for Alfie. And Torvesta going down to Alfie. Okay. Looks like we are game 3 of Mika versus Vank. Was that a same time freeze? Vank has a bit more food than Mika, but Mika has spec. So maybe they're about even if that spec is big. Creating some freezes, but Mika's sending blood barrages and Vank is sending ice barrages. That could be a big difference maker. A 36 Voidwaker off prayer coming out from Mika when he's unfrozen. Now looks for the freezes. No. Tries for a 14 halberd from Mika. Splashing. Mika catches a 15 barrage. Vank catches a 20 ice blitz. So Mika will be frozen ever so slightly before Vank. 35 ice barrage or blitz. Now Vank starts sending the blood spells, but he would have loved if that 35 was a blood spell. Leaving a lot of extra healing on the table. 22 halberd though onto Mika. Bank with a bit of RNG gets fresh frozen. A 3 barrage. Mika steps under, resets to full. Both these used at 40% spec. 32 bolt onto Mika. It was a bolt proc. And now Vank splashes, takes a 42 bolt from Mika. Still frozen, but just about to be unfrozen. Mika's just cooking with these bolts. Vank trying to catch a freeze. Cannot catch, though. Cannot catch. That's a 3rd splash in a row. 4 splashes in a row. He is not happy about this. And Mika's just opting to bolt on his robes. Gets frozen. A 1 barrage into a 32 blood barrage. But I do believe that was on full HP. So he doesn't actually get value out of that. Mika is at 20. Oh my. He was at 80 HP. Hits a... Vank hits a 54 halberd into a 34 void waker. And takes Mika out the game. Vank. Okay. And then... Oh wait. That was game 2 of Alfie Torvesta. So this is game 3. Game 3. And this is just the beginning. Blood Barrage lands 4. And then trade for a 3 Blood Barrage. Bolts. Nothing. 13 bolt lands for Alfie. A 25 Void Waker on Torvesta's prayer. Alfie freezes Torvesta, gets the DD into the bolt. Nothing, but takes a 31 bolt to get there. Fakies the halberd into the bolt. It was on prayer, though. It was a clean-ass move. Both these dudes resetting. Halberd 5 on robes. Nothing. Halberds exchange, both missing. Halberd 45 for a 15 Void Waker spec on Alfie's prayer. Alfie getting the better of that exchange. Gets a 24 Ice Barrage. Torvesta is getting cooked by the DD now. Alfie handily ahead in damage. Hits a 53 Void Waker into a 19 Blood Barrage. Torvesta almost down to 1 brew. Is down to 1 brew. Alfie still has all 3 of his brews remaining. Torvesta does have 1 spec though. Takes a 29 Blood Barrage on the DD attempt. 9 Blood Barrage lands onto Alfie. Followed by a 2 bolt proc. Unlucky. 22 bolt onto Torvesta. Alfie looking so good in this. 23 Ice Barrage. Fresh freezes Torvesta into the 34 Blood Barrage. Alfie same time frozen next to Torvesta. A bolt 15 onto Torvesta. A 7 Blood Barrage lands onto Alfie's prayer. 55 halberd from Torvesta. Can he? He has a spec coming up, or he has a spec. He almost has 2. A 35, a halberd landing onto the mage prayer. A 15 halberd landing onto the mage prayer. Alfie's camping mage prayer, knows that Torvesta has a spec. Gets fresh frozen, a 12 barrage. Now can Torvesta cook on this DD? Hits a 0 halberd on the mage prayer again. Halberds exchange 0 for 0. Melee prayers nothing. 27 for a 32 halberd. 38 Ice Barrage. Fresh freezes Torvesta. Alfie about to have a spec. Torvesta almost has 2 specs. But Torvesta has no brews remaining. And Alfie has so much food. This has to be a gigantic KO. Torvesta takes a 17 bolt. Only has 1 angler remaining. These halberds on robes not hitting from Alfie. Halberd 7. Exchange for a 27 onto Torvesta. Void Waker 48 onto Torvesta. Tries to get the freeze on Alfie. Steps under. Doesn't catch it. Alfie splashes his own halberd fakie into the barrage. No. Torvesta's fresh frozen. Not looking good. Big T about to have 2 specs. But is he even going to get 1 spec off? Bolts. Nothing. Alfie, fresh frozen. 22 halberd for a 39 halberd from Torvesta. Are we just going to see the doublet? 34 into the 24. Both on Alfie's prayer. Good prayers, Alfie. 27 halberd to take Torvesta out the game. Alfie looking good, dude. Alfie's looking good. And that is round 1. Donator easily taking out Rarg. Sick Nerd taking out Colanello. Oh no. Oh no. Brothers, Colanello died in 5 hits. 143 damage. He did 0 damage. He did 0 damage. I repeat, Colonello has done 0 damage in his first fight against Sick Nerd, the first time that we have seen him in the Crusader Classic PvP All-Stars. Ladies and gentlemen, I do believe that is not a good look. What can you do? 62 damage in the second one for 20. No, dude, 27 hits for 62 damage is the most diabolical shit I've ever seen in my life. That's fucked. And it was 63% off prayer. What do you mean by that? Huh? And he had 94%. It's like all of his shit was hitting well. And he just did 62 damage? Brother. Yeah. What is this? Who the fuck rigged it for Sick Nerd? Rarg doesn't have a stream. Is this the real fight? Rarg's getting cooked. Okay, I'm worried we're gonna miss a better fight. Like Sync versus Alfie. We got 2 brews to a little over 2 brews. Sync is just slightly ahead in food. But Sync has 2 specs. Alfie only has 1. Big 13 AGS whack from Alfie. But gets fresh frozen on 30 Ice Barrage from Sync. Freezes Sync off a 17 Ice Barrage himself. 6 Blood Barrage lands for Alfie. A 16 Blood Barrage lands for Alfie. Trading out for a 21 Blood Barrage for Sync. Alfie landing a 16 Bolt. 14 Bolt from Sync. Goes for the refreeze. Flashes. Gets caught. Alfie, and now they're same time frozen, exchanging a bit of damage. A big 36 AGSer, a 9 AGSer from Sync onto Alfie's prayer. Neither of these dudes chancing each other. Both these dudes eating up to full. 21 Blood Barrage lands for Alfie. 16 Ice Barrage lands for Sync. A 6 Blood Barrage. A splash Ice Barrage. And now Alfie freezes Sync with a 14 Ice Barrage. Sync looking to spam the bolts. Doesn't hit. Alfie splashes his barrage. Sync trying to freeze Alfie off. Hits it. 11. Alfie hits an 11 Blood Barrage for it. Sync stepping under the DD. Hits a 10 bolt. The whip hitting nothing from Alfie. Sync a 29 bolt into a 17 whip hit. It's a free Blood Barrage. It hit nothing though. A whip hit into the another Blood Barrage. I like these free Blood Barrage, trying to get those going. 27 Blood Barrage lands for Sync, but does get fresh frozen off of Alfie and then takes a 13 bolt. Alfie diagonal step out 9 bolt onto the prayer, then a 17 bolt onto the robes. Sync splashing the mages, lands his own 18 barrage into an 18 bolt, but Alfie hits a 34 Blood Barrage. Sync stepping under with Alfie's splashed mage attempt. Oof, the 31 AGS spec onto Sync. Alfie takes a 15 Blood Barrage, is out of food, and then the 26 Blood Barrage takes him out of the game. Sync, dude, Sync is looking so good. Sync had 59 hits to Alfie's 50 hits. Sync is looking insanely good. Mika fight live. We got it. Torvesta versus Mika on the main stage. Torvesta with the freeze and the DD control, and Torvesta does have 1 spec. Both these dudes about even in food. Mika slight food advantage, but that spec from Torvesta will even it up. Mika catches the 12 barrage into the 25 Blood Barrage. Now with the DD control, splashes and Torvesta misses a bolt. 5 Blood Barrage lands for Mika. Torvesta lands a 7 Ice Barrage, freezes Mika fresh with it, and then hits a 22 Blood Barrage. Torvesta unfrozen, stepping under DD control. Torvesta fresh frozen off of Mika. Flash from Torvesta, missed the bolt. 19 whip on Torvesta. The free hit is a whip. It hits a 0. Bolts both hit a 12. They exchanged 12 bolts. 29 Ice Barrage lands for Torvesta. Torvesta about to have DD control. Lands a 15 Blood Barrage. Stepping under into a 25 Blood Barrage. Big swing for Torvesta. Hits a 16 Bolt proc though, and then gets fresh frozen off. Both these hit about the same Blood Barrage trading. Mika following up with a big 31 Bolt though. Splashing, both these dudes splashing. Mika stepping under, resetting HP. Torvesta nearly 2 full specs, hits a 19 bolt. Mika about to have 1 spec, gets frozen with a 29 barrage into a 20 something. It was like a 30 barrage into a 20 barrage. And then Torvesta follows up with a big bolt, 24 bolt. Into a 32 Blood Barrage. Torvesta is stringing together a crazy amount of hits into a 20 Blood Barrage. Into the AGSer of 5. It was so humble. Torvesta about to have another spec though. There it is, the 26. Sorry, that was Mika sending the spec onto Torvesta. Now Torvesta has a second spec. But gets frozen. A 13 Ice Barrage into a 23. Blood Barrage into a 24. Blood Barrage. Mika is cooking him on the DD now. It's his turn. Does get frozen off. A 12 Ice Barrage lands onto Mika. Torvesta about to be unfrozen. Is unfrozen with a 15 bolt into the 26 bolt onto Mika's melee prayer into the 21 Blood Barrage. Damn, what a string of hits. Mika was he showed melee prayer a couple of times. I think that Torvesta had that spec, but Torvesta opting to just do damage with other styles. That was big. Alright, Sync Alfie game 2. Alfie 35 whip hit does get frozen by a 13 Ice Barrage though into a 20 bolt. Sync has the DD control but has to use this time to eat up reset. 20% spec for both dudes. 7 bolt lands on the Sync. 0 bolt onto Alfie. Alfie looking for the freeze. Takes a 31 bolt for it. And then a 32 Ice Barrage. Sync cooking with a bit of damage, goes for the freeze, catches it, a 16 Ice Barrage, steps under Alfie. Bolt, 0. A whip, 15 whip, traded for a 19 bolt from Alfie. That was a free barrage. 17 whip onto Alfie into a free 6 Blood Barrage, a 0 whipper into the 21 Blood Barrage from Sync, but now, they both catch their Ice Barrage. They're same time frozen, right next to each other. Alfie with a 22 bolt onto Sync. Sync returns a 32 Blood Barrage. A 15 bolt lands onto Sync. But they're just trading big damage of 31 bolt proc onto Alfie. Trades for a 15 bolt onto Sync. 20 bolt onto Sync as he gets this DD step under. But now they're both unfrozen. Sync with only hard food remaining. Alfie with a bit of bruise left. Sync has a spec. Alfie about to have his own. Sync takes a 16 bolt into the 26 barrage. Into the 15 barrage, but hits Alfie with a 19 bolt. Alfie swinging a 40 something AGS whack. And then into the spec, it was a 0. Sync with a 32 bolt into an 18 whip. Into the 22 AGS on prayer. Good prayer from Alfie. Alfie with 6-7 HP. Has to start sipping the remainder of his bruise, but does catch Sync off of him. Sync has 35 HP. Alfie has 72 HP. That's all they've got. No one has spec. Alfie catches a 13 Ice Barrage. Sync hits a 22 Bolt proc. Alfie 9 Blood Barrage lands on the Sync. Sync with 12 HP. No, 0. Takes a 27 Bolt. Good fight. We're going to game. Man, that's a really good fight. That's a really good fight. What's up, Ariel? Alright, they're doing a pretty good job of keeping the fights going. Torvesta, Mika, game 2. 15 bolt onto Mika. Torvesta kind of cooking on this DD with a bit of schmoves. 19 AGS spec on prayer. Torvesta gets hit a 29 Ice Barrage, fresh frozen 36 AGS spec, but does land a pretty big Blood Barrage to keep Mika off. But Mika hitting a 17 Blood Barrage into a 21 bolt, cooking on that DD. Torvesta is about to be unfrozen, takes an 11 bolt. Both these dudes do have 1 spec remaining. 24 Ice Barrage catches Mika, fresh frozen, followed by the 0, the splash from Torvesta. Torvesta frozen, 20 Ice Barrage. Into the nothing. Mika throwing blood barrages that aren't landing. A bolt that doesn't hit. Torvesta returns a bolt that doesn't hit. 11 blood barrage, traded for a 5 blood barrage. Mika getting a bit more damage. 56 AGSer onto Torvesta. Mika looking for the refreeze. Hits a 9 blood barrage into a 22 bolt. Torvesta resetting. Mika catching the freeze. Torvesta hitting a 23 bolt during that time into a 21 bolt. Mika's about to be unfrozen. Is unfrozen. With the bolt, step under, yep. Into the 33 bolt. Into the 33 blood barrage. Followed up by the splash. Both these dudes unfrozen. Bolts hitting nothing. The freeze splashing for both of them. Torvesta and Mika fresh frozen. 2020. 35 bolt follows it up from Mika, but Mika gets hit a 26 blood barrage. Hits a 12 blood barrage of his own. Big damage coming out. Torvesta just sipping on brews, has no hard food remaining. He's just trying to get his HP up. Does get it nearly back to full, but now he's super brewed down. If Mika goes for a barrage right now, doesn't catch it, and actually Mika gets caught into the 28 blood barrage. Torvesta with a bit of momentum right now does get frozen off a 35 blood barrage though. Sorry, ice barrage. Same time frozen next to each other. 15 blood barrage lands for Torvesta. 15 whipper lands for Torvesta. A 29 bolt to follow it up for Torvesta. He's kind of cooking. 35 blood barrage for Torvesta, followed by a 10 bolt. They're both unfrozen. Torvesta looking for the refreeze. They're both splashing the refreeze attempts. Torvesta catches his. It's a 14 ice barrage. Steps under. They're basically same food now. Torvesta has 2 specs. Torvesta has the lead. No, a 0 AGS from Torvesta. So unhumble. Gets frozen off of Mika. 8 ice barrage. Mika's about to be unfrozen. They trade 13 bolts. Mika hits a 29 blood barrage. Torvesta's 21 ice barrage is going to be decent. 5 AGS on Torvesta's prayer. Not going to be big enough for Mika. Torvesta still with 1 spec remaining. Mika whip 0. Torvesta hits a 16 ice barrage. Mika with the 21 bolt. Torvesta steps under. Mika has half his freeze remaining. Catches a fresh freeze of Torvesta for himself. 16 bolt exchange for the 24 blood barrage. The 10 AGS. It could have been 34. Blood barrage is so big. Mika is at 2 HP. Oh, Torvesta sits. Holy. That was crazy down to the wire. Torvesta had the fattest momentum there. I honestly thought he was going to do it. And here we got Game 3. Alfie versus Sync. Alfie's slightly ahead in food. Maybe they're basically even. Sync gonna have a spec just slightly sooner. Whip hits exchange 21. It was bigger for Alfie. 35 bolt proc for Alfie. Bolts hitting zeros. Splashing. 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 Alfie fresh frozen a 5 ice barrage. 6 bolt. Sync follows it up. It was a 6 bolt proc into a 23 whip hit. A 1 whip. It was a free whip. Another whip. A 0 into the 9 blood barrage. 17 whip into the 36 whip. These are free hits. They exchanged 30 barrages. Sync with the spec. Alfie, no food remaining. No, both these dudes, no food remaining. 21 blood barrage lands for Sync. 21 ice barrage lands for Sync. Sync with the DD control if he steps under yet. 32 health to 62 health. The whip hit. The 21 bolt for Alfie though. The free whip hit from Sync hits a 0. A 19 AGSer on Alfie's prayer. 10 HP for Alfie. Can he? Oh, he cannot. Good fight, Sync, dude. Dude, Sync is 2-0 right now. Nah, Sync's playing incredibly well today. Torvesta Mika. Oh, they're gonna be in the main stage. Yeah, this is game 3. Dude, I feel like this whole round went to a lot of game 3s. Maybe just the ones we watched. Here we go. Game 3. Mika versus Torvesta. Why does Torvesta start with not a lot of prayer? Torvesta catches the first freeze. It was actually 2-0 freezes. He followed it up with a second freeze and they both hit 0. Was that what I saw? 53 AGS from Torvesta. That's a good start. Into the 4 bolt proc on Humble. Whip. 6 whip for 14 ice barrage. Torvesta gets hit a 12 bolt. Looking for the freeze onto Mika. Catches a 9 ice barrage. 34 blood barrage lands for Torvesta. Into the 13 blood barrage. Mika hits his 7 blood barrage of his own. Torvesta hits a 28 bolt. Mika's sitting crazy low at this point. An AGS comes out, but it was not anything. I think that might have been a chancer. It was on 67. 27 bolt. And then a 28 AGS on Torvesta's prayer. Mika is DDing, but has to eat up. Mika gets fresh frozen a 10 barrage. Hits a 17 bolt of his own. Shows the AGS. Hits a 0 bolt for it. 26 blood barrage lands for Torvesta. 29 bolt onto Torvesta though. 6 whip it into the... Oh, they're both unfrozen. Torvesta fresh frozen a 3 ice barrage on him. Mika splashing the blood barrage. Shows the AGS. Goes for the 5 blood barrage. Shows the AGS. Goes for the blood barrage. He's doing the same fakie. Will it work? Well, the 27 ice barrage fresh catches Mika. Torvesta takes a 20 bolt though. Mika's at 71 HP. Catches Torvesta fresh. They exchange a couple of 13 for an 11 blood barrage. Torvesta has a 23 bolt. Mika with a 13 bolt of his own. Blood barrage is landing 18 for a 4 in the favor of Mika. Mika follows it up with a 19 bolt. Steps under DD control, but Mika has less food. Does have 1 spec. Torvesta is about to have a spec of his own. Mika hits a 33 blood barrage into the 3 blood barrage. Mika gets frozen 21 ice barrage. Catches Torvesta fresh right next to him with a 0 barrage into a 21 bolt, followed by a 25 blood barrage. A 10 bolt to follow it up. Mika stringing together 5 hits. Hits a 5 blood barrage. Torvesta hits a 21 bolt return though. And a 16 blood barrage onto Mika. Mika unfrozen. Both these dudes unfrozen. Torvesta with a 28 bolt. Mika AGS a 0. Gets fresh frozen a 17. Mika has to eat up. Torvesta also taking this time to eat up. Eats both these dudes eat to full. Mika with 2 hard food remaining. Torvesta with a spec and a bit of double eats remaining. 10 AGSer. 16 ice barrage. Torvesta fresh frozen. Mika with the whip DD step under. 29 ice blood barrage lands for Mika. Splash the next one. Bolt 0. Torvesta splashing. Looking to control the fight with a freeze. 30 blood barrage lands for Mika. Followed by a 1 blood barrage landing for Mika into the 10 ice barrage. Fresh freezes both these dudes same time next to each other. Blood barrage landing for Torvesta, but hit a 0. Mika doing the AGS to mage fakie over and over. 17 blood barrage lands for Mika. Whip it 6 for Torvesta. AGS 0 spec on Torvesta. 19 ice barrage, a 32 bolt though onto Mika as he steps under Torvesta for the DD control. 35 bolt onto Torvesta, 34 bolt, 31 HP remaining for Torvesta, 92 HP remaining for Mika after that 12 blood barrage. Mika hitting 3 free hits in a row unanswered. 11 bullproc from Torvesta. He's only got 8 HP left. Misses the freeze, gets frozen. A 2 barrage procs his redemption, leaves him with 15 HP. Mika with only 51 HP. Torvesta looking for the bolt. No, 3 HP left. A splash from Mika. Torvesta hits his 3 blood barrage into the 6 bolt, but takes a 6-on-3. Good fight. What a fight. Dude, these game 3s have been crazy. Also, Mix, my fucking guy. So 14 months. I appreciate the fuck out of that dude. Professor was just blood barraging tank. Is that better if you're confident? I would have to run it back. I'm not sure. I mean, that would be a sub-message? No worries. Just notice he switches to robes for ice barrage, but not blood. Was that a consistent thing? I'm not sure. Okay, so that was the end of round 2. Any standouts here? Okay, Mr. No Sleep. Oh, wait. At least this fight was better. Mr. No Sleep must have landed just a turbo AGSer. And then Bank 2-0's Coxie. That's unexpected. Coxie with 3 more hits under RNG. Vank turbo over RNG. And then Coxie with 1 more hit. Damn, these are just close fights, dude. Mr. No Sleep is up? Yeah. Mr. No Sleep's popping off. Donator 2-0 Sick Nerd. 54 to 51 hit. I guess that makes sense. Donator is really good on Zerks and Piers. And then all these. Nice, dude. This is a good round. Yes, remember the start of the stream when I was like, yeah, Torvesta is gonna be top 3. Bro's gotta pick it up. Sync with a very unexpected but very good to see performance today. Bro had a great breakfast. I don't know. He's fucking killing it. Crazy overperforming. We'll see though. We still have 3 more rounds. Or shitsta. Right. Average do that comps. At this point, it's still anyone's game. The best part about the later, like, Qual 3 and Qual 4 is that once the sweats are out of the way, now this is going to be way closer. I feel like the pack is going to be way closer. And so hopefully that makes for a way more exciting, like, you know, who gets cut and who doesn't. Because they're all going to be, the margins are going to be closer. Oh, we're picking the gear. We are on Piers. Okay. Piers. Donator beats Coxie. Surely Lake wins. I mean, Colonello versus Torvesta. I don't know. Rog versus Mr. No Sleep. What a battle. Dude, I could honestly see Alfie beating Mika and Piers. Is that crazy? And then Sync, dude. I mean, I think Sync is playing super well, but apparently Vank is playing super well too. I mean, Vank beat Mika and Coxie, so maybe. But I mean, Sync beat Alfie and Lake, dude. Okay, Sync versus Vank is gonna be an insane fight. They're showing Coxie Donator. Let's see. Sync Fangs. Okay. Foxy 2-0 Donator. That's true. But I feel like Donator has been playing better and better each time. And I guess I would have expected Coxie to take a game off Vank. I'm not sure. Here's favorite people who just use Mage for Barrage and just Bolt and Melee. That's true. That is true. Jinxed it. Also, whoa, we're on Sync Vank. Okay, round 1, Sync Vank. We're halfway through this fight. They're already fighting. Oh my, Vank just... Oh my... Yo, can we clip that? Can we watch that back? Taking the organ? Hell yeah. Also, what is this like? It was a 5% DDS chancer. Okay, we got Donator versus Coxie. Are they using diamond bolts? I think so. Okay, this is Donator's bracket. He runs in with the DDSer. Coxie catches a 0 freeze. Donator hits a 2. They're fresh frozen off each other. Donator hits a 10 blood barrage. Coxie with a 22 bolt. Donator 9 bolt. Coxie 9 blood barrage. Donator 29 bolt. Coxie 18 blood barrage. Everything is landing. Both these dudes eating up. Both these dudes unfrozen. What's it gonna be? 22-3 DDS. Donator returns his own. No, sorry. Coxie hits another one. Both of them are pretty low, all things considered. 33 Ice Barrage lands for a 23 Blood Barrage. Donator hits a 30-something DDS onto Coxie's melee prayer. Good prayer, but it was a big DDS. 10 Bolt lands for Donator. A 21 DDS lands for Coxie, followed by a 13 Bolt. Both these dudes unfrozen. Coxie lands a 17 Blood Barrage. Coxie gets frozen. 2 Ice Barrage. Hits a 19 Ice Barrage, but it's not well timed. Donator still unfrozen. Hits a 19 Blood Barrage. Sorry, 14 Blood Barrage into a 5 Bolt. Eats up the full. Hits a little Bolt. 4. Into the DDS. A 20 off prayer. Coxie with a 13 Bolt. Shows his DDS. Sends it still. 26 DDS from Coxie. Now they're same time across the arena. 3 Blood Barrage lands for Coxie. 4 Blood Barrage lands for Coxie. 14 Blood Barrage lands for Donator, and then a 14 Bolt lands for Coxie. A 3 Bolt, a proc lands for Coxie. 9 Blood Barrage lands for Donator. A 3 Blood Barrage, a 16 D-Sim onto Donator. Donator sitting low. Both these dudes sitting low. A 31 Bolt proc for Coxie. A 7 DDS poke. But now Coxie's fresh frozen with his 22 Blood Barrage. Sorry, Ice Barrage. A 30 D-Sim whack though. Into the free 26 Blood Barrage. Donator looking to cook. Hits an 18 DDS. Gets frozen a 10 Ice Barrage. 28 Bolt lands for Donator. Coxie steps under with a bit of the freeze remaining for DD control. Chooses to reset his HP. Donator with a bit more food and a bit more spec. And landing a 36 Ice Barrage to fresh freeze Coxie. Hits a 17 D-Sim into a 15 DDS on prayer. 4 DDS on prayer. Good prayers by Coxie. A 30 Bolt from Coxie. Donator steps under to start eating some food. And then steps away. Gets hit a 15 Ice Barrage into a 21 Bolt. Coxie hits a 14 DDS on Donator's melee prayer. It's down to the wire, but Donators have got a bit more food remaining. Coxie has 1 spec, but does get frozen off and hits a 27 Blood Barrage. Donator looks for the D-Sim whack, hits it, but gets fresh frozen. 21 Blood Barrage lands for Coxie. Takes a 17 Bolt though. The staff patch is coming out from Donator. Coxie landing a 16 Blood Barrage. Coxie with no food remaining hits a 15 Bolt. Donator hitting a 13 Bolt. The DDSer takes Coxie out the game. They were both praying melee. Donator was not sitting to his good fight. Donator takes game 1. Why does Ray keeps so much food and run through brews? Aren't doublies mega valuable? I don't understand the eating strategy. I do think brews are mega valuable, especially on peers like those doublies. But Ray is way better on peers than I could ever be. So if he's doing something, I imagine he's more correct. You know? On peers, you can sit through brews because you can still hit while brewed. Missing hits by eating hard food is a big loss. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of the eat delay consideration. You always want opals with DCB. I think they chose diamonds. So this tournament was designed. They didn't get to fully realize their vision, but they tried to minimize RNG. And diamond bolts, I think, are less RNG than opal. I think already 2-0'd Vank. What? Bro, Sync is out of control. Okay. We've got Foxy versus Donator. Game 2. They're same time frozen away from each other. Time to exchange some bolts. They're both hitting 21 bolt hits and a 20 blood barrage. Oh my, Coxie taking a bunch of blood barrages in a row. It's kind of low. Donator now sitting pretty low. Takes a 12 bolt. Coxie splashes. Goes for the DDSer. An 18 on Donator's melee prayer, followed by an 11 on Donator's melee prayer. Donator is still sitting really low. He's at 50 HP. He's at 40 HP. He takes a 31 ice barrage. Donator cannot get his health bar to look fully green. Coxie is just hitting with everything he's got. 23 bolt lands for Coxie. Donator hits a 32 DDSer into the 6 blood barrage. Getting a bit of momentum for his own. Donator fresh frozen 7 ice barrage and then catches a 13 ice barrage onto Coxie. Coxie getting some bolt into a 20 bolt. Coxie hitting a 2 bolt proc. Donator landing a 3 blood barrage to a 2 bolt. Crazy low hits. A 1 blood barrage. What are these hits? Bolt. Ooh. 17 DDS comes out from Coxie into a 22 bolt, but Donator catching a 17 ice barrage for the fresh DD control. 14 bolt landing for Donator. 9 bolt following it up. 13 lands for Coxie. 17 ice blitz into a 15 DDS, but Donator gets caught a 30 ice barrage. Coxie hitting a massive DDS chance there. I don't think that was on Donator's prayer. I think it was like on 50 HP as a DDS. Donator camping melee prayer takes a 12 bolt, but does catch Coxie a 15 ice barrage into the 0 freeze. It was a free hit because of the D-Sim. Here comes another free hit. The 4 D-Sim into the 5 blood barrage. Donator shows the D-Sim, takes the bolt, but then gets frozen a 20 ice barrage. Coxie follows it up a 6 bolt and DD control. Donator a bit down in food, takes a 13 D-Sim, returns a 30 bolt though. 15 D-Sim lands for Coxie. Staff bash from Donator lands. It's an 8. Coxie with a bunch of food up on Donator, but Coxie's at 43 HP and Donator's got 2 specs left. Coxie camping that melee prayer, freezes Donator off a 23 into a pretty decent DDS. 15 D-Sim lands for Coxie, 22 D-Sim. He's going to work with these melee hits. 11 bolt. A bunch of hits landing in a row for Coxie. Splashes that freeze. Donator catches his. It's a 3 ice barrage. Follows it up with a splash. Coxie with a 2 bolt. Donator, no food remaining, 58 HP. 8 bolt from Coxie, 15 blood barrage from Donator, 26 bolt, from Donator, unanswered into the 0 DDS on Coxie's prayer. Good prayer, 14 DDS off prayer. That was a possibility. 15 bolt to follow it up from Donator, 9 DDS onto Coxie. Donator hits a big blood barrage into the nothing, the splash. Both these dudes trying to catch. Donator catches his 17. Coxie catches his 19. Frozen same time away from each other. 13 bolt lands for Coxie. Donator trying to catch a redemption proc. Down to the wire. 2 food remaining for Coxie. 53 HP. Donator 19 blood barrage landing. Coxie splashing. Donator splashing. Shows the bolt. Sends it. It's a 0. Donator takes a 4 bolt. Sends a 12 blood barrage. The D sim landing twice in a row for 15 damage from Coxie into the 30 bolt. Damn. Donator. Good fight. We're going game 3. Sick Nerd got worked by Sync? Wait, Sick Nerd. You mean Think? Damn, all of these were 2-0s. Oh, Signer got worked by Lake, maybe? Yeah, a lot of missed hits. Torvesta vs Colinello. Oh no, Colinello getting beat up. And Torvesta's down in RNG too. Oh no, Colinello's getting beat up, bro. Mr. Nelsley versus Rard. Battle for the ages. I mean, these look like decent fights. Bit under for both of them here. Bit under here. But overall, pretty decent. Mika versus Alfie. 50 hits to 51 hits. But Alfie's turbo under. We're back. We're live. Alright. This is game 3. Coxie versus Donator. 11 DDS out the gate from Coxie. But Donator catches his freeze. Tries to go to work with the DD. Donator stepping out with 59 HP and not praying melee. Oof. 34 blood barrage lands for Donator. Oh my, Coxie going for the... Oh my... Both these dudes going for the fucking jugular. They're sitting so low, not caring about their HP because they are just risking it all. Coxie gets fresh frozen and takes a 25 bolt. Donator does the crazy thing of, again, 52 HP. He knows Coxie doesn't have a spec actually, and maybe that's what he's going for. Donator down to 27 HP after that big 20-something bolt. Now unfrozen. Coxie splashing. Donator catching 4 ice barrage. Takes a 21 bolt though going in. D-Sim, a 6 D-Simmy. Donator about to have 2 full specs. Flashing, 15 staff bash from Coxie, 9 bolt, 14 D-Sim from Coxie. 6 D-Sim. Coxie gets a free D-Sim, it's a 17. A 5 D-Sim into the 17 blood barrage. It was free. $15 bolt onto Coxie. Donator shows the DDS, fakies the bolt, but it was on Coxie's brain sprayer. He did not bite on that fakie. Coxie gets fresh frozen of 5 ice barrage. Donator hits a 28 bolt, but takes a 15 maybe blood barrage or bolt. 13 DDS on Coxie's melee prayer. Shows the DDS, fakies the bolt, 7 bolt on prayer. 15 blood barrage lands for 26 ice barrage from Coxie. 25 bolt from Donator though as Coxie steps under, hits a 0 DDS on the DD control. Coxie's about to have 2 full specs, so is Donator. Coxie gets a 22 D-Sim but gets fresh frozen a 0 ice barrage into a 27 bolt from Donator, followed by a 7 bolt. Donator stepping under DD control. Coxie 3 hard food and a couple brew sips. Donator only hard food remaining. Down to 44 HP. Steps out. dangerously low, catches a 10 Blood Barrage. Coxie looking to catch Donator does with a 19 Ice Barrage, but then gets fresh frozen off. Donator 12 Blood Barrage, Coxie 18 Blood Barrage, Donator 1 Blood Barrage, Coxie splashing, Donator splashing, Coxie splashing. Donator 69 HP, nice. Catches a 6 Ice Barrage, 12 Bolt into the 16 Bolt. Donator goes in for the 27 DDS. Coxie with the 17 DDS. Both those were chances. They were both off prayer. 26 Bolt lands for Coxie, shows the DDS, does hit it. 20 on off prayer. Donator getting turbo chance by these DDSs. Coxie 52 HP remaining, no hard food. Donator bunch of hard food, but still sitting at 37 HP because he knows that Coxie doesn't have any Specker left. A Bolt comes out, 4 Bolt. Donator eating up Coxie, 38 HP. Coxie with the D-Sims hits a 16. Donator hits a 33 on 38. And he takes Coxie out the game with the bow. What a classy lad. Good fight. 2-1 Donator on the peer bracket. Expected, but what a banger of a fight. What a banger of a fight. Not gonna lie, that Coxie does not look shaken. That's a Coxie who looks like he's bounced back, and you love to see it. Donator does take it, but that was sick. What a performance! And then yeah, we just got 2 O's from everybody else. The redemption procs is so good to see. It's so good to see every time, dude. Got some replay action. Oh, the sync. The volley. It was a 72 volley. Okay, what do we got for bracket 4? Or round 4? Okay, Vank vs. Lake is probably going to be good. Dude, Sync Donator. Yo, Donator's at the top of the boards, by the way. I feel like people like to sleep on this guy. And, I mean, but then Sync, the guy who's playing every I feel like he's seen the second place guy multiple times today. And he's taken him down every single time. 2-0's Vank when he was at that slot. So, this is gonna be sick as hell. Sync versus Donator. Oh. Gotcha. Oh, there it is. There's the KO, the volley KO. I looked away. I blinked. Can we flip that? Wait, we did watch that back. And then okay, is Torvesta still at the bottom? Oh no, he is. Colonella and Rarg at the very bottom though. Wait, Colonella versus Rarg now. Okay, that could just be a good fight because both having a hard day. You know what I mean? One of these dudes. Okay, yeah, one of these dudes is gonna be going from undefeated to defeated, but one of these dudes is gonna go from permanently defeated to not defeated. Let's go. They're gonna have a win, dude. They're gonna have a fucking dub. You love to see it. You love to see it, man. Coxie versus Alfie should be sick to you. Standard NH. We are going NH staking. I like the set. Like Lateral and Halberd are cool and all, but yeah, they gotta get fucked. Also, we've got Thor Vesta versus Sick Nerd, game 1 of NH staking. Both these use same time frozen away from each other. Torvesta landing some big blood barrages. Signerd landing a 7. Torvesta landing a 5. Signerd landing a 4. Now they opt for some bolts exchanged. Blood barrage landing. Signerd going in for the big claw. It's a 30 claw. A staff bash to follow it up. Nerd crumbling under pressure, catches a 13 ice barrage, shows the claws, fakies the bolt, takes a 33 bolt though, and then gets frozen off. 11 ice barrage. 12 blood barrage lands for Sick Nerd, followed by a 14 bolt. Torvesta splashing. Sick Nerd 1 blood barrage. Torvesta hits a 2 claws. Sick Nerd catches a 0 blood barrage. Torvesta returns a 30-ish claw, like 35 claw, into the, oh my, Sick Nerd hits like a 40-something claw, 50 maybe. It was big. It might even could have been. 20 bolt lands from Sick Nerd. Torvesta hits an 11 bolt, goes for the freeze, doesn't hit it. Torvesta sitting at 63 HP. Trying to catch a freeze on a Sick Nerd. Both these dudes splashing. 31 bolt hits on the Sick Nerd. Sick Nerd catches a 10 barrage. Running in, takes a 15 bolt proc. Resets on the DD. Torvesta does the same. Neither of these dudes have spec. 12 bolt lands for Sick Nerd. 25 ice barrage lands for Torvesta. 28 blood barrage lands for Sick Nerd. But Torvesta hits a 13 bolt into a 13 blood barrage. Sick Nerd whipping a 26 in return. Bolts exchange, they're zeros. 7 whip for a 14 ice barrage. Fresh freeze. Sick Nerd going to work on that DD. Gets a free bolt off that whip. 15 bolt hits onto Torvesta. Fresh frozen though. Sick Nerd takes a 32 barrage. Exchanges a 37 bolt onto Torvesta. Both these dudes sitting at half HP. Sick Nerd eating up first. Torvesta takes a bolt on 47. Was that a chance? Splashing. Sick Nerd takes a 20 ice barrage into a 13 bolt. Lands a freeze of his own. Takes a step under after a 36 ice barrage onto Torvesta. Lands a 27 blood barrage. Sick Nerd about to have a spec. Will have it. Does have it now. Torvesta needs 10% more spec for his own. 33 blood barrage lands onto Torvesta though. But Sick Nerd is fresh frozen. A 28 ice barrage comes out from Torvesta. DD's under. Resets to full. Both these dudes reset at full. Torvesta only 2 hard food. Sick Nerd 3 hard food and 2 brew sips. 28 bolt onto Sick Nerd, showing the claws. Not able to hit them though. 17 bolt comes out from Sick Nerd. Takes a 35 whip though from Torvesta. Big ice barrages land from both of them. They're same time frozen. No, Sick Nerd's unfrozen now. Torvesta nearly fresh frozen. Sick Nerd eats the remainder of his food. And he has 1 hard food left. Steps out. Takes an 11 ice barrage. Gives a 35 blood barrage though. Changing some low blood barrages. Both of them land a claw 0 onto Sick Nerd. Torvesta 74 HP and 1 hard food. Sick Nerd 79 HP and 1 hard food. Dead even. The freeze lands. 26 barrage comes out from Sick Nerd. 27 ice barrage comes out from Torvesta though. They're both same time frozen. 32 blood barrage comes for Sick Nerd. Who gets the blood barrage? It's going down. It's Sick Nerd. Torvesta gets told to sit. That's very good. Well played. We are tuning in to game 1, the ending of Sync versus Donator. Reminder, these two dudes are both undefeated today. A big 50 as Donator looks to work his way out of this DD control. Sync sending some bolts. Both these dudes sending bolts that don't land. Splashing. Sync gets fresh frozen. Both these dudes same time frozen. Sync with a 32 blood barrage. Donator with a 37 whip hit. Donator unfrozen. Does not have spec. Sync does have spec. What's it gonna be? 29 blood barrage lands onto Donator. Oh, sorry, lands onto Sync. Donator takes a big 29 ice barrage. Sync cooking on the DD. Looks for his blood barrage. It splashes. Down to the wire. Sink gets frozen in 8 ice barrage. Takes a 6 bolt. Eats the last of his hard food. Donator with the bolts that miss. A 4 whip hit from Donator. A splash from Sink. A big 15 blood barrage from Donator. Donator gets fresh frozen. Sink gets the step under with a 29 bolt. Sink has spec. Donator does not. Donator hits a 22 ice barrage though to freeze Sink off, and then Sink sends his spec and it's nothing. The back-to-back staff bashes from Sink. He's crumbling under the pressure. 21 HP remaining. 39 HP remaining for Donator. But Donator has food left. Gets the step under. Eats his food. On food delay, Sink gets the bolt on the robes. Doesn't hit though. Sink catches an ice barrage. Gets the DD step under. 37 bolt. Donator. Oh. I think he's pretty surprised to see that, and so am I, kinda, dude. It felt like Donator, he had that down to the wire, and Sink is getting some very big hits and playing it really well, even having a super unhumble flaw spec and still managing to take Donator down. That's a crazy outcome, dude. Sink is going fucking mask off today. And here we are at game 2, Torvesta Sick Nerd. Torvesta's gone through most of his hard food. 21 brush. Sick Nerd lands a big 40 claw onto Torvesta, but Torvesta gets fresh frozen and Sick Nerd gets the DD and eat up. Whip hits nothing, bolts nothing. Bolt, it was a 3 bolt, hits a 39 bolt proc into a 31 blood barrage. Sick Nerd using very good use of this DD, but then gets frozen a 36 barrage into a 9 blood barrage. Sick Nerd hits a 25 bolt onto Torvesta though, stops him in his tracks, must eat up. Only down to bruise. Sick Nerd sitting so comfortably in this fight, takes a 34 blood barrage though, into a 28 bolt. Torvesta connecting a bunch of hits in a row. But with that freeze, Sick Nerd steps under, resets the HP. Torvesta tries to do the same, but he's only got bruise to do it with. Both these dudes about to have spec. Sick Nerd gets frozen at 12 ice barrage. Torvesta takes a free bolt. Sends a blood barrage. It splashes. Torvesta fresh frozen. A 10 blood barrage lands for Torvesta. Nerd eating up. Looking to take this home. Gets fresh frozen though. 15 ice barrage. Whip hit for Torvesta. Nothing. Into the. Torvesta gets frozen off of 14 ice barrage, but does land a 9 blood barrage. Takes a bolt. It was a 0. Splashes his own hit. Sick Nerd hits a 1 bolt. Takes a 13 blood barrage though. Into the claw. It's a 30-ish claw. Torvesta on the back foot. Sick Nerd down to hard foods though. Torvesta with a very unhumble claw, hoping for more out of that. 53 HP. Torvesta's not sipping bruise. Maybe he knows Sick Nerd does not have another spec, so he can risk his HP a bit. Eats up to 102. Still has a 1 sip of brew remaining. Gets frozen off. A 12 ice barrage lands for Sick Nerd. Bolt, nothing. 4 blood barrage lands for Sick Nerd. Hits a whip with the DD control. Hits another whip. This is going to be a free hit. Is a bolt. It hits a 14 onto Torvesta. A 17 blood barrage lands for Sick Nerd. The splashes multiple times in a row for Torvesta. Hits a 28 bolt though onto Sick Nerd. Torvesta no food. 57 HP. Both these two same time frozen across the arena from each other. Sick Nerd comfortably with enough food to outlast. Torvesta only hits a 0 blood barrage. It lands, but it hits a 0. It's so unlucky. 10 blood barrage landing for Torvesta. 42 bolt though from Torvesta, exchanged for a 19 bolt from Sick Nerd. Torvesta gets hit a 22 ice barrage into a 28 ice barrage though. Crazy hits in a row. Lag question mark. GG. Was that 2-0? That 2-0 to the sick nerd? It definitely was. Okay, that's unexpected. We've got Sync Donator. Oh my god, we're at the end of game 2 Sync Donator. Donator is up tremendous. He wants this to go to game 3. He feels robbed of game 2. Hits a 34 big bolt proc. And then freezes his opponent in 18 Ice Barrage. Follows it up with a 0 bolt. Sync hits a 24 bolt as Donator looks to step under. But Donator has a spec, has 50% spec, and Sync is far away from his own. Donator whip hit into the... Oh my, he just whip spec'd. He just whip spec'd a 19 whip spec. Not like this. Oh no. It was such a good move because he earned a free hit with that whip. But then it was a bad move because now he whip spec'd. Big whip coming out from Sync too. Dude, Sync not giving up on this one. Sync out of food but not out of hope. Sync is locked in. Looking to do everything to win this one. Has 49 HP. Donator has full max HP and 2 anglers, but does get frozen at 26. And then Sync hits a 0 claw. Oh my, imagine. It was on prayer, but it could have started the beginning of the end for Donator. Sync 0 bolt. Donator 0 bolt. Sync 0 blood barrage. Donator 15 bolt. Sync running out of HP, 31 HP, hits a blood barrage, and then Sync gets, they're both same time frozen next to each other. Donator only 56 HP, hits a 19 blood barrage, takes Sync out. We go game 3. Let's go. What a crazy matchup. Here we go. Coxie versus Alfie. Is this game 1 or 2? I think this might even be game 1. Oh, it is game 1 because it's up here. We got game 1, Alfie versus Coxie. 19 whip coming out from Alfie into the freeze. 24 ice barrage, but they trade. They're same time frozen across the arena. Bit of splashing going on. 18 ice barrage lands for Coxie. Freeze timer's running out. What's it gonna be? 0 bolts exchanged. Whip hits 27 for 26. Both these dudes have the exact same idea in this fight, mirroring each other, casting mage when they want, sending whips when they both want. The bolts literally identical. They're playing identically. 16 bolt lands for Alfie though, and then followed up by the 29 ice barrage. Alfie steps under with a 17 blood barrage. Full DD control of this fight. Resetting HP. Alfie maybe slightly ahead in food, but nearly identical. 70% HP for both of them as well. Whip hits. Alfie gets frozen. A 21 ice barrage. Coxie looking to bolt step under. Goes to work on this DD. Alfie sends a 0 bolt. Coxie with the 0 whip earns a 0 whip. It was a free hit. 0 bolts exchanged. Mages. Staff bash for Alfie. Coxie splashes. 0 bolts exchanged. Alfie showing robes. Doesn't go for it. Does go for it. It's a 19. Freezes Coxie. Bolt for Alfie. Steps under. DD cooking with this movement. 0 bolts though. Coxie catches a 0 freeze off while Alfie hits a 13 bolt. Coxie hits a 13 freeze. Sends a 29 bolt. About to be unfrozen. His Coxie is unfrozen. Hits a 42 bolt. Does he go for something? Yes! He hits a 50 claw. That could have been. That was a 50 on maybe 70. And Alfie eating up big time. Catches a 20 freeze with Coxie same time frozen. And now Coxie is getting DD'd. Alfie about to have 2 specs. Coxie nearly with 1. 16. Alfie is fresh frozen. Returns a 15 bolt into a 25 whip onto Coxie. A 0 whipper. Coxie 0 bolter. 28 ice barrage lands for Coxie. A 21 whip earns a free hit. Nope, he doesn't send it. It's a bolt. Alfie unfrozen. Look, both these dudes looking to freeze. Coxie lands his. Alfie hits a 20 bolt in return though. Coxie steps under, hits a whip, doesn't hit it. 35 ice barrage though lands for Alfie into a 12 bolt from Coxie. Claw comes out. It was a 20 from Alfie. A second claw. He doubles it. It was a 35-ish. The second one. 30 blood barrage lands on a Coxie. Alfie only down to 3 brew sips. Coxie down to 2 hard food. Staff bash from Alfie, crumbling under the pressure. Both these dudes splashing, looking for the refreeze of this fight. 29 bolt onto Alfie's robes. Dust claw. Does he go for it? No, he fakies into the bolter. Alfie praying melee. Doesn't want to get clawed out. Both these dudes kind of looking for the freeze. Alfie gets frozen. Both these dudes frozen actually same time off of each other though. Alfie lands a 19 blood barrage into a 12 blood barrage. Coxie landing a 10 bolt, flashing his barrages. Alfie 13 bolt into the 14 bolt proc. Coxie landing a 14 blood barrage. Alfie 23 blood barrage. Coxie with a big 35 claw. Neither of these dudes close to spec. 20 barrage lands for a 9 barrage. 5 blood barrage from Alfie. Alfie's got 23 HP. Coxie going for the bolt. 19 on 23. Leaves Alfie with 4 HP. Coxie splashes. Coxie with 33 HP. Alfie can't seem to do any damage. Damn, Coxie hits a 19 blood barrage to sit Alfie down. I feel like Alfie, the last like 5 or 6 hits, did not get a single piece of damage. That was the difference. Good fight, dude. Good fight. Okay. Think donator. Are we game 3? We are at the end of game 3. Man, I wish they were showing this one. That's my bad for not being on this one. Sync catches a big barrage, a 24 barrage. Donator's sitting so low. He's got 39 HP. Eats the last food. Has 62 HP. Sync with a big claw. 40 on prayer. 30 something on prayer. And if Donator didn't eat, he might have died there. Sync with a 22 blood barrage. Into the... No, Donator sitting at 5 HP. Sends a 35 claw, but it's not going to be enough. Can Donator get anything? Think about to be unfrozen. Hits the 4 on 5. Donator with the redemption proc though. Think with the 12 blood barrage into the 6 blood barrage. Into the flash. Donator sends a bolt, but it was a 0. Think takes Donator out the game. Good fight, bro. Good fight, dude. Donator getting a little bested by Sync, dude. Sync is out of control. I'm not gonna lie. Sync must be stopped. Bro is undefeated. And that's sick as hell. Wait, Larry, your hardcore died? GG's. Got a fight here. We got Alfie versus Coxie. Game 2. And it looks like we might have already missed a spec from both dudes. 25 blood barrage though lands for Alfie. Alfie cooking with his DD. Sends a whip hit. It was a 0. Another whip. 21 on robes. Alfie gets fresh frozen. A 3 barrage. Coxie. Bit of a bolt. Steps under. Unfrozen with the whip. 13 whip. Exchange for a 2 claw. Unhumble from Alfie. Blood barrage. 19 lands for Coxie. 37 bolt to follow it up from Coxie. Sends the claw. It was like a 40 claw. Maybe a little even higher. Into the 16 bolt. Coxie can't seem to miss. Hits a 19 ice barrage. Then gets same time frozen. Then hits a 34 bolt. Alfie returns a 32 bolt. Crazy RNG. 34 whip hit coming out from Alfie. Both these dudes going fucking nuclear. Neither of them have spec though. Both of them 8 up to full. Weathering the storm. Alfie faking the claws. Does not have spec. So this is just for the mental damage. Gets Coxie to pray melee. And then Alfie camping the whip hits. 22 bolt lands onto Alfie though. A staff bash from Alfie. Coxie catches his freeze. It's a 10 barrage. Steps under into the bolt. It's a 0. Whip hit earns a free. Oh, well, that whip hit earns that. It was a 21 whip into a 0 bolt. And he gets fresh frozen off. or 18 blood barrage lands for Coxie into a 1 blood barrage. Alfie with half a freeze remaining to cook on this DD, but he has half HP, so he's just gonna have to sit here and eat up. Coxie will be unfrozen momentarily, looking for freeze control of his own. Whip 29 from Alfie, exchanged for a 47 bolt proc. Alfie hits a 21 whip of his own though. Both these dudes again sitting so low. A 41 whip from Coxie into the nothing on robes. Alfie catches a 12 ice barrage, steps under DD control, eats up to full. 2 full brews remaining for Coxie. Both these use 40% spec. Alfie just under 1 brew remaining. 28 barrage into the 7 whip. 37 bolt lands for Coxie. 12 whip for Coxie. Coxie's doing so good on these free hits. 16 ice barrage lands for Coxie. A 30 bolt proc from Alfie. Alfie not out of this one. Both these dudes have spec. A staff bash from Coxie now. A 19 ice barrage freezes and a 9 blood barrage or ice barrage freezes. Now exchanging blood barrages. Alfies are landing. Coxie's sending bolts. Sends a 30 bolt. They are same time frozen. Now same time unfrozen. Alfie with a 15 bolt. Coxie with a 9 bolt. But Coxie gets frozen at 12 blood barrage. Both these dudes have spec. What's it gonna be? Same time frozen. Alfie right next to Coxie. Who's gonna send the spec? They're both camping melee prayer. Alfie sends his. It's a 25 or 30 onto Coxie's melee prayer. Coxie choosing the barrage. Not getting anything for it. Alfie with some whip hits. Unfrozen. Both of them. 19 bolt onto Coxie. Alfie looking for the freeze. Splashes. No. Catches 21 ice barrage. Into the 24 whip. Oh my, Coxie returns a 49 bolt proc. Alfie lands a 15 blood barrage. Coxie with 68 HP remaining. And Alfie with only 39. Now with only 30. And then, oh my, gigantic claw to take Alfie out the game. Holy. I think even if Alfie prayed melee there, he might have died. I think he might have been big enough. That was sick. Those are good fights. I love that set. A lot of 2-0s though. Still a lot of 2-0s, I feel like. Sick Nerd beating Torvesta is crazy work. Is that... dude, someone's got to check on Torvesta. I feel like he's having a bad day. I feel like Torvesta was at the top of all the other days. Like, he was doing so well. And overperforming. And like today, I think underperforming. I don't know. Lake 2-0's Vank though. Couple more hits. Ooh, Vank with 5 more hits here and a bit of RNG. And oh, will Lake just get turbo RNG? Thing. And then Rarg 2-0 and Colinello, dude. Interesting. Okay, here is the top 8. Okay, Sync surely takes this one. Mika Vank is going to be, I think, very good. Lake Coxie and Donator. Okay, Donator surely takes Sick Nerd. I don't know about these middle two. But, yo, Mr. No Sleep is in the top 8. I think he's cracked the top 8 for the first time. Unfortunately, though, he has to play against the absolute Terminator of the day. I mean, Sync has been looking so good, like unbelievably good, that I can't imagine he does not just straight up advance the land today. I don't know. I don't know who's playing, but if it's Sync, holy. He's out of RNG and Mr. Nosu is packing him up. Yeah. Average dude at Cope. We will see. We will see. Sync is pretending everyone is Jad. Signer is putting Ray through a table, then saying, never voting yes to peers having chivalry, you bum. Man, that would be cinema. But it's not happening. It's just not happening. Also, this guy's talking about ragging when his whole thing was fire surge rushing people with 50 HP at the GE. Alright, and we're off. Sync versus Mr. No Sleep. This is the first best of 5. This is the best of 5, so they will be fighting one of each style. And they start off with NH staking, and Sync is off to a crazy start. He hits a big bolt proc into a massive barrage, into a 48 bolt proc, into a 34 bolt proc, into the 0 claw. May O be with me, into the 0 claw. Wow, holy aura typing that shit. They both same time freeze off each other, but Sync is up an insane amount of damage. Blood barrage is connecting as well. 15 ice barrage lands for Mr. No Sleep. Takes a 21 bolt proc. Mr. No Sleep is yapping when he should be fighting. Shows the claws on robes. Runs around the arena. Mr. No Sleep kind of crumbling. How did this guy get to the top 8? He's been in his robes for 30 ticks. Please, man. Sends a bolt. It's nothing. Sync catches his freeze. It was a solid freeze. Sync full HP now. Going to work with the DD. Hits a 30 bolt. 0 whip. Earns a free hit. What's it going to be? It was a barrage that misses. Oh, 0 whip into the 29 blood barrage free hit. 0 whip. Sync gets frozen as a 9 ice barrage. 34 bolt onto Sync, followed by 28 blood barrage onto ice barrage onto Mr. No Sleep. Gets fresh frozen. Sync about to be unfrozen. Mr. No Sleep gets hit to 21 blood barrage. Sync step out, bolt, step under. It was a 0. 15 blood barrage connects. 18 blood bolt connects for Mr. No Sleep. He sends a 0 claw on prayer. Another one, a 17. Mr. No Sleep gets hit a 22 bolt proc and then hits a 7 bolt proc, but then gets frozen a 6 ice barrage. Sync with step under with a 26 barrage, stepping under, eating bruise, resetting his HP. Mr. No Sleep with only 63 HP and a double all the way from his. Okay, he does see it all though. Ate the double food. He has 1 sip of brew remaining. No spec. I can't imagine he takes this game 1. But Sync does get frozen a 20 ice barrage. Freezes Mr. No Sleep off a 10 ice barrage. Heavily favors Sync. Trading of damage. Sync about to have 2 full specs as well. Sync going in with 1. It was a 35. Followed by an 11 bolt. Mr. No Sleep does get the DV control. Resets to 57 HP. Gets hit a bolt. Now down to 44 HP. Then Mr. No Sleep sent a whip but didn't earn that free hit. And then gets frozen off a 17 ice barrage. Sync DD control. Mr. No Sleep 28 HP. Sync with a spec. And there it is. 40 out the game. Ooh. Good fight. Sync. Kind of just crushing it. I've got Mr. No Sleep via 99 balling spec. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to take a bit much for Mr. No Sleep to take this one. I think Sync has just been looking too good today. I think he's been getting crazy good RNG as well as just crazy good hits. 14 more hits in that fight is a lot. That's a lot. And like Mr. No Sleep even had good magical RNG. Sync really just putting on a show, man. I think this might even be a 3-0. I can't lie. Maybe Sick Nerd or Mr. No Sleep takes like the pure fight. It's a little more chaotic, you know, anything can happen type of thing. I don't know. Sync's been looking insanely good on the max NH. I think he's solid on the DM. No, they're both not solid on the DM. And then Sync took the Zerker. Game 2. We're on pures. Okay. We're seeing the pure bracket early. Maybe Mr. No Sleep has a chance to do something crazy in this. Sink with a 31 bolt off the rip, then gets frozen. They're both same time across the arena. Big barrages landing for both of them though. Sink hitting a 22, Mr. No Sleep hitting a couple like low 10s in a row. Sink with a 13 into a 15 blood barrage. Mr. No Sleep landing a 1 blood barrage. Sink landing a 24 blood barrage. Sink landing another 6 blood barrage. Mr. No Sleep just trying to eat up, both unfrozen. Sink going for the refreezes. No, Mr. No Sleep catches his into a big bolt, 27 bolt. But Sink hits a 21 blood barrage as Mr. No Sleep is running in. Maybe he has to cause him to eat. Can't go for that spec that maybe he was looking for. 20 freezes Mr. No Sleep right next to Sink, and then Mr. No Sleep sends a 31 volatile spec onto Sink's mage prayer. Could that have been? I mean, I kind of like that attempt, dude. Big bolts coming out for Sink. A big barrage doesn't land though. Sink looking for the refreeze. Catches it. It's a 19 barrage. But Mr. No Sleep catches Sink. Frozen off him. 16 blood barrage lands for Sink. 24 blood barrage lands for Sink. A 0 blood barrage lands for Mr. No Sleep. 15 lands for Sink. Holy, 14 blood barrage landing for Sink into a 33 blood barrage landing for Sink. This Sink is cooking with these blood barrages into a big bolt, into a 28 DDSer, into the volatile 22 on prayer. Holy, both these dudes swinging for the fences with that spec. Could be so fucking cool. Mr. No Sleep frozen. Sink with that DD. 15 blood barrage. Into the 1 blood barrage. Mr. No Sleep 20 ice barrage to freeze Sink fresh off of him. Mr. No Sleep about to be unfrozen. The DSim 23 onto Sink. Into the staff bash of 4. Shows the DSimmy. Hits a 7 on prayer. Oof. Going for the 30 volley on prayer, dude. Another big volley. And then a 21 blood barrage. But then Mr. No Sleep fresh frozen with a 34 barrage into a 30 bolt. Into an 11 blood barrage from Sink. Into a 12 bolt. Holy good fight. Damn, Sink, dude. Look at how much food Sink has, dude. Sink is crushing it. Sink is out of control. And honestly, it's so good to see. It's so good to see. Now I'm kind of wondering. I feel like he was maybe underperforming in previous days and maybe the DMM finale. And this is Sink's true form. Like, is Sink a demon? Maybe he kind of got the shakes the first few times, but now he's really leaning into it. He's first of all of these dudes who've been practicing this week. So they had this event last weekend, and then they knew what was up. And then they spent this whole last week in the lab. And maybe Sink just absorbing a bit much, or a bit more than his competitors, because he's looking clearly just a cut above everyone today. 44 hits to 31 hits, dude. That's insane. That's insane. Where was the Sink in All-Stars? Yeah, exactly. Maybe the pressure got to him. Maybe the I mean, I feel like they had pretty good gear, but maybe Sink didn't have one of the good kits. I don't really exactly remember the specifics. But dude, I hope this is real Sink. I hope this is him performing at his expected potential, because this would be very cool. It would be very cool to see. Bro's a demon. Give Sink Caveman next? Dude, I would get fucking destroyed. What do you mean? Holy. Dude, Colinella would cook me. Alright. We are back. Game 3. Mr. No Sleep versus Sink. We are in maximum NHing. And we are off to a start where they are frozen in a way that they can both halberd each other. Halberds, Sink spamming the halberd to start off as he does, but they're hitting like 5 zeros in a row. Mr. No Sleep opting for the barrages and the bolts, and he's getting way more damage out of it. Chasing with the halberd doesn't He's not able to connect because Sync ends up hitting a freeze into an 18 bolt with the DD step under 0 halberd from Sync. 56 halberd from Sync. Holy, that's why he's cooking. Oh my, 41 halberd from Sync into the 42 Voidwaker off prayer Sync. Holy, 15 bolt to follow it up with the Venom stack. Dude, that's literally it. Sync, all he needs is one rip of the halberd, and then for some reason it's always followed up with a second rip of the halberd. 35 barrage into the 57 bolt proc into the 47 Voidwaker. There's just no shot. Brother, nobody is capable of weathering that storm. Like, that's insane. It's crazy that second big halberd happened because Mr. Nosip had to play mage there for the Voidwaker that just would have killed him there. But then it was like a 41 on 50 or whatever, like low. I don't know. And then, dude, nah, that's cooked. That's cooked. Oh, that was a 3-0. And that was rough. 20 hits to 11 hits is so crazy too. Because he just doubles the hits in such a short amount of time. Yeah, that was also, look at this. He's never hit on robes. Sync has never hit on robes. Oh, this is purified, so they're always hit on robes. Okay, he got hit on robes a little bit here. So maybe this was just, he was just like popping off hard. Mr. No Suits to the winner in our hearts? Yeah, unfortunately, that doesn't count for shit. So Mr. No Sleep will have to try again tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the last chance for Mr. No Sleep to make it in. He gets a whole new day. Unfortunately, he does have to fight Doobie Dobies. Does have to get past Doobie Dobies tomorrow. We will see how Doobies is able to shake it up. But next up, we got Mika versus Vank, dude. Mika versus Vank. Oh, look at the people say Mika, but also the people said 50-50 for Mr. No Sleep, who got 3-0'd. So I'm guessing Vank is going to take this, unfortunately. I'm doing whatever the opposite of Kick Chat says, because they're super cooked. No, I mean, I do give it to Mika. I do think it's going to be Mika, but Vank has been playing surprisingly well today. I think he kind of underperformed in weekend 1, and then he was definitely one of the dudes in the lab this week, putting in work, making sure that he shows up this week. And here it is. Let's see what he's got. 12 bolt coming out from Mika to start the fight, and then a 29 claw from Vancouver, followed by a 21 ice barrage into the 0 bolt. But now Vank stepping under DD control, hits a 0 whip into the 0 whip on robes. 35 ice barrage comes out from Mika, fresh frozen into the 30 claw from Mika on melee prayer. That could have been a big claw. 27 blood barrage lands from Vank. Whip hits hitting nothing. Mika with about half the DD left to put into work. Steps out, bolt, nothing. Unfrozen. Both these dudes looking for the fresh freeze. Vank catches his. It's an 8 ice barrage into a 0 bolt. Oh, and then Mika with a nice anti-claw, a bit like a 40 or like a 35 anti-claw into a 20-ish, 25 claw from Vancouver gets returned. Neither of these dudes have spec now. Mika getting a bit better of the trade early on in that fight, but does take a 24 barrage and now a 25 whip hit. Mika's sitting super low. Takes a 13 whip on prayer. Good prayer. That could have been bad. 0 ice barrage catches for Vank into a 0 bolt. 28 whip for Vank. Ton of unanswered hits. Another 0 whip. Unanswered though. A 0 whip. Unanswered. Vank getting a bunch of unanswered whip hits. They're zeros, but he's doing well to earn the hits. 19 ice barrage freezes Vank off of Mika. Mika steps under for the DD control of his own. 0 whip into the bolt, but no, Mika's fresh frozen. 18 barrage. Mika hits a 10 bolt or 10 whip into a 0 whip into a 15 whip. Vank with a staff bash. 26 whip from Mika. Vank unfrozen. Mika's about to be unfrozen. Mika looking for the freeze control. Vank looking for also freeze control now. Who's going to catch it? Neither of these dudes splashing multiple times in a row. Vank finally catches a 4 Ice Barrage stepping under Mika. Vank going to have spec before Mika and 10% spec. Vank hits a 17 bolt on the diagonal step out. Hits a 0 whip unanswered. A 0 whip earns a 0 bolt. But now Mika's unfrozen. 18 Ice Barrage catches Vancouver into a 30 whip from Mika. Mika falls with a 32 bolt into a 16 whip. 0 bolt gives Vank time to breathe. Vank eating up to full catches the 16 Ice Barrage for the fresh freeze. About to be unfrozen. Is unfrozen. Steps under Mika. Mika 77. No, full HP. Eats up. Gets hit a 24 Blood Barrage. Vank follows up with a 0 whip. Both these dudes have 1 claw spec remaining. Mika slightly ahead in food. Ever so slightly, though. Vank gets hit a 50 claw. Good. Trying to cook on the DD. Vank about to be unfrozen. Vank takes a 31 bolt. A 39 whip to follow it up. And a 25 whip to follow it up. Vank unfrozen but has to eat. Gives Mika time to bolt. It's a 0 bolt. And now Mika's fresh frozen. Vank with a 0 claw gets same time frozen next to Mika for it. 20 Blood Barrage lands for Vank. Into a 6 Blood Barrage. Mika hits a 16 Ice Barrage. Vank 21 Blood Barrage. Mika low Blood Barrage. Into a 0 bolt. Mika with full HP, 4 hard food, just a sip of brew left. Vank no food, 45 HP. Mika, can he close this one out? Vank, can he, by the skin of his teeth, bring this back? 15 Blood Barrage lands for him. 15 bolt. No, sorry, 0 bolt follows it up. Some whip hits, free whip hits for Vank. Looking for the nothing, the splashes, the 0 bolts returning. 22 Ice Barrage freezes Vank in his tracks. Mika steps under, takes a 15 Blood Barrage during it. Gets the whip hit, 0 for 0 bolt. Frozen off is Mika. 11 Ice Barrage. Vank sends some Blood Barrages, splashes. Mika, same thing. 19 Blood Barrage lands for Vank. Mika splashes. Mika. Vank about to be unfrozen. Mika hits a 9 Blood Barrage. Vank does not opt to stand under for the DD. Goes for the bit of the 10 tile with the Blood Barrages. Mika misses the bolt. Vank splashes. Mika splashes. Mika gets fresh frozen with an 8 Barrage. Vank 4 Blood Barrage, 33 HP. He's starting to believe. 40% spec for Vank. Can he? The claws. It's a 6. Oh my, he was standing under waiting for his spec. He wanted something way better than that. 20 bolt leaves him with 11 HP. Bolt redemption proc. 33 HP left for Vank. 42 HP left for Mika. Mika's claws hit a 0. Mika sipped his last brew. 17 bolt proc on Vank, leaves 16 HP. 27 Blood Barrage though. Wow. Good fight. Ref, check his PC. Says Mika. Or maybe it was, I don't know who typed that actually. But that was a very close fight. I feel like maybe Mika would have had there was like a bit of RNG falling off at the end. But I'm interested to see the tracker. Because I felt like, damn, maybe not. I was gonna say I felt like Vank was doing well to earn those free hits. Like he was whipping a lot more. But a bit more RNG for Mika. Bad freeze RNG. Damn, both these dudes kind of trading RNG. Mika got better like other hits overall and like over damage expected, but Vank way under damage expected. But a bit more mage RNG. Close fight. This is a close one. I'm looking forward to game 2. And here we go. Zerk fights. We are frozen halfway across the arena though. We will be trading a couple of bolts, a couple of blood barrages. 24 ice barrages lands for Mika, 0 blood barrage lands for Vancouver. Dude, landing those 0 blood barrages has gotta be the worst feeling. Like passing the accuracy check, but getting nothing out of it. Oh my, 24 blood barrage into the 60 AGS. Holy fucking stack. Holy KO. Mika. That is what Mika does. He is a blood barrage abuser for 2 reasons. One, it leaves him with a lot more HP at the end of these Outlast fights. And 2, he gets these unexpected moments to stack that damage and get those KOs early on in the fight. Beautifully done. What a KO, dude. You look away for 1 second, Fida. This is the bread and butter. This is like the first real KO that I had learned, or like started to learn. And then once they started to learn this KO, you start seeing other people do it, and you learn to eat it, and you learn to not die to it, because it was the thing I was dying to a lot as well. And it's just such a good move. It's honestly such a good move. It's hard to eat. It's unexpected. The damage happens in an unexpected way, and it's sick as hell every time. And well played from Mr. Mika. Where are all the good PKers? They are in the Crusader Classic. Does this mean we're going DMM? I think this infographic is wrong. Eight hit. That's sick as hell. 4.3%? Does that mean Vank got a double E on it? He died through a double E? Mika hits a 24 on 77. Oh, so he only single E'd it. Here we go. Game 3. We are in maximum DMM setups. Mika is up 2-0. Hits a 32 VLS spec into the Voidwaker fakey VLS spec onto Vank's Venge. Into the Voidwaker 50 Voidwaker coming out. Mika swing for the fucking fences to start this fight. Just throwing haymakers. Knows that this is an Outlast, so gets his specs out early and then starts camping the Blood Barrage. Vank going in for a combo of his own though. That was a nice attempt off his own barrage. Mika did well to eat it though. It was off prayer. And it was a 30 Voidwaker. So overall, well played for both of them. It was a good play and a good defense. Mika fresh freezes Vancouver off. Then hits a 15 Blood Barrage. Steps under for the DD control. Looks for more Blood Barrages. The schmoves. Mika 23 Blood Barrage. Vank splashing everything. Splashing 3 or 4 times in a row. Maybe the 5th time in a row. 29 jab coming out from Mika. 36 VLS spec onto Mika. Vank looking for freeze control. Finally gets it, but now frozen same time next to Mika. 16 Blood Barrage traded for a 0 jab. Mika coming out on top. 3 Blood Barrage landing for Mika. The jab, nothing. Big Blood Barrage, and Vank stacks it with a VLS spec Venge. 49 VLS whack though. A 10 Ice Barrage and a 31 Ice Barrage freezes both of these dudes same time next to each other. Vank with a little bit less HP. Mika doing well to keep himself full HP, sends a 9 VLS on prayer. 11 Ice Barrage to follow it up. The Venge is back a low Ice Barrage onto Vank. Vank gets Fresh frozen 11 into a 12 ice barrage. Mika cooking with the DD. Sends a couple jabs. Hits a 27 javelin. Bank. Oof. Hits the Venge. And then Mika follows it up with a big 35 blow barrage. Did he just say stronger? Did Bank just tell Mika that he was stronger? Dude, Mika's looking crazy good. And that would mean it's Mika versus Sync next. And I think Mika has been warming up, like doing better every time he's been fighting. And Sync is just crushing. This is going to be crazy good. Yeah, I feel like today's had the closest like matchups. Oh, I mean, I guess these are both 3-0s. Okay, well, maybe not. Okay, yeah, maybe not. Okay, Coxie versus Lake. Surely this is not a 3-0. This cannot be a 3-0, dude. Okay, I was going to say 100% to Lake. That's a bit disrespectful. Who do we think takes this one? Clearly Lake. But it's maybe going to be like a 3-1. There we go. Zerk bracket to start. Lake versus Coxie. Game 1. Big AGS out the gate for Coxie into a 16 bolt on Lake, but Lake catches a 0 freeze and then Coxie catches a 10 freeze at the same time off of each other. 20 bolt out from Lake, 24 bolt out from Coxie, 12 from Lake, 36 bolt from Coxie. Coxie 33 bolt, can't stop fucking destroying Lake. Big 10 blood barrage into a 1 blood barrage from Coxie into a 12 AGS on prayer. Bit of a mammal, but you know, bit of damage coming out. Now Specs regenning. The whip hit from Lake. He earns a 34 whip unanswered. 10 whip. 0 bolt out from Coxie. Lake with the 12 whip onto Coxie. Coxie steps under for a 14 bolt. Eats up to full. Both these dudes reset. Lake rips a low AGS and takes a 6 bolt. Splashes a freeze. Coxie also splashes. Coxie gets frozen. A 2 ice barrage. Lake with the diagonal step out bolt. It's a 12. They exchange whip hits. Coxie hits a 5. Lake hits a 0. Coxie hits a 1 bolt. Lake hits a 17 whip. Steps out 3 bolt. Fresh frozen off of Coxie for a 15. 0 blow barrage. A big AGS whack. 31, but Lake lands a decent sized barrage on Coxie as he steps under, so he does not get full advantage of this DD. And now a 37 bolt on Lake, but Lake catches a big barrage into a 35 bolt into a 30 AGS, sir. That might have been a chancer. It was off prayer. 19 whiff for Lake. Lake cooking on the DD hits a 21 something. A bolt to 0. Lake with the schmooze with the bolt from downtown hits a 22, but Coxie with the 16 ice barrage gets the DD control into the 21 bolt. Lake just trying to eat up. Both these dudes trying to eat up. Resetting. Lake a bit under food. Coxie with a slight food advantage. Maybe about even. Coxie has the spec advantage. About to have another spec. But does get fresh frozen 18 barrage. But hits Lake a 30 bolt. Lake trying to get some AGS wax going. Not hitting much. The whip hit a 22. Earns a free hit. It's going to be a bolt. A 9 bolt. Now from downtown, Lake trying to send a barrage, misses his. Lake gets frozen a 3 ice barrage though. And now Coxie cooking with the DD has spec. Lake a bit off of spec. Takes an 18 whip hit. Coxie into the free bolt. It's a 14. Whip hits exchanged. 18 blood barrage. And Lake lands a 17 ice barrage. Coxie takes a 20. Coxie with 77 HP. Nothing remaining. Lake with 115 HP. Nothing remaining. Lake will have a spec though. Coxie rips a spec, hits nothing, takes a 10 bolt for it. Lake looking for the freeze. Coxie looking for the freeze. Both splashing. 16 ice barrage landing onto Coxie. Lake with the 16 bolter steps under. Whip hit 0. Ice barrage landing. Sorry, missing. Now with a double whip hit. Lake takes Coxie out the game. Good fight. Damn, he didn't even need his spec. Dude, that was close. I think that was closer than I expected it to be. Oh, I mean, it wasn't close in hits though. Coxie doing well to get his shit off prayer? And just doing well on prayers? But Lake with a ton of RNG. Dude, wait, was this an RNG win? Not really though, because he had so many more hits. I I don't know. I don't know how to read this one. Maybe just free hits matter the most. That's just it. Free hits just matter the most. Higher hits, higher expected, better robes. Oh, the robes, the robes. It's all about the robes, dude. That's why Cody loves Void. Because then he doesn't have to see this stat. Exactly. We got him. No, no, no. It's not that there's no tank switches. There is still tank switches that you don't do. It's that there's no stat line that tells you that you're not doing them. You can't point to it and be like, oh, this is an area of improvement because it doesn't exist. No tank switches in terms of robes, tank top. Yeah, but it's still the staff and the shield. And probably your cape. Here it is. Foxy Lake Game 2. We are in maximum DMM. Oh, maybe not. Also, there's no way that I egoed Fish's 150 in a row. When was that? Hard to read chat during fights. I actually don't read it all. He said good fight first. Kind of aura. He's calling a shot. All right. All we gotta hope for is that it's not a third 3-0. That's it. All I want is not a third 3-0 because obviously Donator is gonna 3-0 Sick Nerd. Unless you do that, in which case you think Sick Nerd is gonna 3-0 Donator. Imagine they're just resetting. Alright. We are back. The official start of game 2. And they are same time frozen, right next to each other. And Lake rips a 59 Void Waker. Almost if Coxie didn't venge there, Lake was about to send a double it. But Lake sends a 39 Void Waker after popping Coxie's venge. Coxie sends a jab that procs Lake's venge. Steps under with a 21 Ice Barrage. 41 jab onto Lake, but freezes Coxie fresh under and steps under. So Coxie can't actually go to work with that momentum. Lake able to eat up to full. Ooh, a 56 VLS spec coming out from Coxie. That's his first spec of the fight. And then follows it up with a 34 jab onto Lake's robes. And then Lake gets fresh frozen with a 12 Void Waker. And then Coxie showing the VLS. I think that was a VLS spec. I couldn't tell because there was just too much ice on the screen. And then Lake staff bashing, kind of crumbling under Coxie's pressure. Coxie gets fresh frozen off of Lake. Lake about to be unfrozen, hits a 26 javelin, gets hit an 8 blood barrage, steps under Coxie, sends a VLS whack. Coxie was pretty low. If Lake had spec, that could have been it. Hits a 19 VLS whack, takes a 31 jab whack though. Coxie with a ton of spec to work with, freezes Lake, and then Lake hits a 41 VLS whack, followed by a 33 Ice Barrage to fresh freeze Coxie. Lake will be unfrozen in just a bit before Coxie as well. Lake has a VLS spec, Coxie almost has full spec. Coxie's down to 1 brood, Lake under 1 brood. Coxie with the slight food advantage and the spec advantage. Coxie with a big lead in this fight, sends a decent VLS. Now just spamming VLSs. They're both low though. It was like a 19 and then a 22 and a 26 jab by Lake, followed by a 16 VLS off prayer onto Coxie. Coxie has 2 more VLS specs. Lake fresh frozen. Coxie sends a jab, steps under. It was nothing. Coxie with full HP and a hard food. Lake with 89 HP, no food remaining. 51 Void Waker comes out from Coxie, spends all of his spec, sends a jab, nothing though. Flashes the freeze, Lake splashing. Coxie sends a jab that doesn't hit. Lake flashing like 5 times in a row. Can this man get a freeze? A VLS that hits nothing. Coxie missing his freezes as well. There it is. Lake finally catches and then sends a 24 VLS after popping the Venge with his barrage. 22 Void Waker, 16 Ice Barrage catches Lake out, and then a 19 jab on 21 HP leaves Lake with nothing after that Blood Barrage. Good fight, Coxie. We're going game 3, and we're not seeing a 3-0. That's a good fight. Dude, this is a crazy good matchup, and it's sad to see one of these two dudes is not gonna go, like, one of these dudes gets hard kicked out. In the next round, there's at least a second chance. But in this round, if you get kicked out, you are out of here. So yeah, Coxie or Lake, one of those two will be having to come back tomorrow for the qualifiers. Lake is underperforming a little. I think he's underperforming expectation, but I can't tell if that's just because like Coxie's doing well But nah, see, I mean, getting a ton more hits. Toxic got crazy RNG. He got a bit more RNG. I don't know. I think Coxie's just playing well, dude. And Lake is playing well. He's just not getting what he needs. I don't know. Can't really tell. I also don't think at this level that there's too much between them. Uh like he would give it to Lake overall, but on any given day, oh, Coxie rips the claw out the gate. Yeah, on any given day, I feel like any of these dudes can be any of these dudes for the most part. Coxie with some big bolts, same time frozen off of each other. 31 ice barrage from Coxie into a 16 ice barrage from Coxie, going crazy on the damage. 40 bolt. Lake hits a bolt proc that only hits a 17, and then Coxie hits a normal 40 bolt into a 19 ice barrage. Gets the DD control, hits a 25 whip. Lake missing his ice barrage. Coxie, both of them exchanging 0 bolts. A claw scratcher. Unlucky. Coxie gets fresh frozen at 10. Lake flashes the claws, gets a bolt off prayer for it, but it was a 0. It was a nice little fakey. Staff bash from Lake. Staff bash from both of them, actually. Uncharacteristic. Lake with an 18 bolt into a 23 claw on prayer, hoping for more 12 bolt proc. And then Coxie rips a 2 claw. Both these dudes looking for the freeze. Coxie catches. It was a 0 ice barrage into the staff bash. Bolt to 12. Coxie cooking on the DD. Takes a 41 bolt though. The 38 bolt from Coxie. Both these dudes cracking with the bolts. 35 ice barrage lands on a Coxie. It's a fresh freeze. And then Lake rips a 0 claw on Coxie's prayer. Good prayer. 5 whip into the 42 whip. It was a free hit. Big. A 0 whip. Sets up a 1 bolt. And then Lake gets fresh frozen off with a 14 ice barrage. Gets a 14 whip hit going under as well. But Lake returns a 13 whip of his own. And then a 7 bolt. Lake takes a 17 bolt while Coxie's cooking with the DD. And then Lake fresh freezes with an 8 ice barrage into a 33 whip. Steps under Coxie for the 8 bolt. Now, going to work with the DD. Coxie about to have spec. Does have spec now. But Lake's at full HP. And Coxie just can't stop taking damage from these whips. From these bolts. Freezes Lake a 3 barrage. Coxie with the whip. A 0 bolt to follow it up. Lake trying to get a hit back. Coxie with the staff bash. Another. While he takes a 21 bolt into 38 whip. Coxie with 59 HP. Lake looking for freeze control of this fight. Trying to get some spec back. Gets a 18 ice barrage. Coxie with a 23 bolt as Lake steps under. Coxie able to reset. Lake with a slight food advantage, but it's ever so slight because Coxie has a spec. Now, same time frozen. Coxie hits a 7 barrage into a 27 bolt. Now Coxie with half an ice barrage to go. 24 bolt into the 21 ice barrage into the. Gets fresh frozen off of Lake with a 15 ice barrage into a 14 bolt. Lake now with freeze control. Stepping under takes a 13 bolt. Coxie still with spec. Lake now with spec. Both these dudes looking for some damage. Coxie with no more food remaining. Lake with 2 hard food. Coxie with the claw scratcher. Not what you're looking for. Into the claw spec on prayer. Hits a 0. Lake looking for freeze control. No. Coxie catches the Ice Barrage. It's a 12. Stepping under DD Bolt. Nothing. 22 whip from Coxie. Another Bolt. It's a 29 from Lake. The barrage is not landing. Lake showing the claws. Does have the spec. Sends a bolt. It's a 0. Coxie trying to return some damage. Nothing from both of them. Splashes 0. A 2 clawer comes out from Lake into the 49 bolt proc. Coxie looking to do some damage back. Unable to. Lake doing the most with the least right now. Gets caught actually at 18 freeze. Left with 21 HP. Lake with 30 HP. No. Coxie out the game with a big blood barrage. What an insane ending! Bros, this fight could not be closer. This fight could not be closer. I feel like no one's claws are popping off, which I guess is good, but I would love to see some big claws. And both these dudes having just the craziest back and forth of momentum, the craziest back and forth of opportunity. They both claw scratched. Yeah, they were definitely claw scratching and staff bashing a lot. The pressure might be getting to both of them. 74 hits to 74 hits. Nearly identical deserved damage, just slightly ahead for Lake. Bruh. You cannot ask for more. Slightly more blood barrages maybe landing. But at the end of the day, Lake, the only one with KOs at the end of 74 hits. And the only one with chances. Sick as hell. Sick as hell. This is a great fight. We're going game 4. Hey man, who's winning this shit? Are you talking about who's winning this individual fight, or who's winning it all? Or who's winning today's top 3? Who do I think is who's gonna take it all, like at the LAN? What are we saying? What are we saying? What up, Soccer? Yes, I see. Okay, I think, dude, I think Coxie might pull a little upset here, and I think he might go 3-2 on Lake. I'm hoping for it. I don't know why. It would be just such a good outcome. And then top 3 today, Sync. Ah, dude, there's no way Sync doesn't get here. Oh, we'll have to wait because we are game 4. We're pure bracket. Coxie's fresh frozen. Big DDS coming out. A 49 exchange for like a 40 something into the staff bash. Both these dudes had the same idea. Send them early. The classic pure bracket strat. 25 bolt coming out from Lake. Lake fresh frozen 20 ice barrage. Into the 3 bolt, freezes Coxie off with a 21. Coxie lands a 21 ice barrage into the 13 bolt. And now Lake sitting at half HP. There was a big bolt proc, but it only hit a 2. And then Coxie follows up with a 29 blood barrage. Oh, and then a big 47 DDS from Lake. Follows it up with a 10 ice barrage. Coxie fresh frozen 16 ice barrage into the 10 bolt. Lake another 23 bolt into the 29 DDS, but then Coxie returns like a 46 or 48 DDS of his own, the anti-DDS. Coxie with slightly less food, but Coxie with a ton more spec. Can that be the difference? Same time frozen off of each other. Lake will be frozen or unfrozen slightly sooner. 29 bolt from Coxie. 8 bolt proc from Lake. 11 bolts exchanged from both of them. 22 blood barrage for 16 blood barrage. You could not be closer. Both these dudes looking for freeze control. Lake gets fresh frozen. Coxie follows it up with a 10 bolt. They're eating up the full. 13 bolt exchange for a 12 ice barrage, a 22 DDS followed by a 32 bolt coming out from Lake. Coxie hits a big DDS of his own, during that time, I didn't see what it was. Oh, 1 or 2 DDS exchange for a big, like 37 bolt. Foxy on the back foot, only 2 hard food. Takes a 27 bolt on the way to his DD control. Has to eat the rest of his food. 66 HP remaining for Coxie. Lake with 87 HP and 4 hard food. Both these dudes about to have 1 spec, but Lake is hitting tremendous. A big 28 DSIM into a DDS that doesn't have to hit much at all. The unhappy face. No. You hate to see it, dude. Coxie, man. Unfortunately for Coxie, that means he's just out. Like, he has to come back tomorrow. But I feel like he's been playing so well every single day, dude. Every single day, dude. Coxie is playing so well. And tomorrow, there's just no way he doesn't make it. And I hope he makes it, because he's been playing. He's been very fun to root for, dude. But Lake moves on to the winner between Donator and Sick Nerd. I mean, I just think Donator has been stepping up crazy today. But Sick Nerd, the general himself, is in fact the MVP of DMM All Stars finale. So, you know, he is no slouch, dude. He is no slouch. Let the man cook. We will see. Want Lake, Mika, Donator to move on? Yeah, that would be a good. Oh, Mika over Sync. Dude, I mean, Sync's performance today has been nothing short of cracked as hell. And I have been, like, dude, I'm a big fan, dude. Sync made a fan out of me today, dude. I don't know, overall win percentage or something, but it's like, it's not, I don't know. It's not right. I don't really understand. Yo, Kiwi, welcome in, dude. Let's see this last fight. Lake a couple more hits, but a ton more RNG, dude. Maybe that's the difference maker. Here we go. Game 1 of Sick Nerd versus Donator. This is the pure bracket to start it off. It is Donator's bread and butter, but Donator off to a very tough start. Was that volley spec a chance? Donator was like at 40 or 50 HP. I'm not too sure. The volley, I don't really understand how the volley damage works. Like, it comes out way later than I think. I can't tell if it was on prayer. I don't really know. 21 Ice Barrage into the 45 DDS from Sick Nerd. That was a crazy chance, was that not? 21 Bolt from Donator as he's getting DD'd. Does catch the 1 Ice Barrage onto Sick Nerd. Into the 16 Ice Barrage. Into the 33 Blood Barrage. Okay, Donator with a string of magical attacks. Connected another 15 Blood Barrage for Donator. Coming out. Sick Nerd has 1 spec. Donator has 3 specs. Hits a 23 bolt. Gets frozen a 38 Ice Barrage from Sick Nerd. Donator sends a 12 DDSer. And Sick Nerd lands a 36 Blood Barrage into a 14 DDS. Donator hits a 13 Ice Barrage to freeze Sick Nerd off of him. Donator with the D-Simmy into the 20 D-Simmy. Looking for the free hits. Gets frozen off though. A 2 Ice Barrage lands and then a 18 D-Sim from Sick Nerd. 18 Blood Barrage from Donator. Sick Nerd hitting a 22. It was a bolt or a barrage, I'm not sure. Donator lands a 20-something Ice Barrage into a 31 Blood Barrage. Freezes Sick Nerd off of him. Steps under for the DD control. Has nearly 3 specs remaining. Sick Nerd has 1 DDS spec to work with. Donator sends a D-Sim, a 9 into a 30 bolt. into the 11 DDS poke, into the 20 DDS spec off prayer. Sick Nerd lands a 23 Ice Barrage, but then gets hit a barrage of his own. A 4 Blood Barrage lands for Donator. Donator, Sick Nerd down a couple of hard food, but nearly the same. Donator with one more Specto, so he's got a slight advantage. Hits a 28 Bolt proc into the 27 DDS and the 16 DDS on prayer. Sick Nerd catches the freeze so that he can get the step under DD control. Eats up 87 full HP, has one hard food remaining. Sends a massive 43 DDSer onto Donator into the 9D sim, but now Donator gets the freeze off. Sick Nerd gets fresh frozen. Donator unfrozen. Can he get the step under? Does get the step under. Sick Nerd. Both these dudes basically same food, basically same HP. Donator takes an 18 Ice Barrage to get refrozen. Another 18 Ice Barrage to follow it up. Sick Nerd unfrozen with a 33 Ice Barrage. 3 big magical spells in a row for Sick Nerd. Steps out, diagonal step out the 28 Bolt. And Donator gets sat by Sick Nerd in the pure bracket. Bro, I mean, the RNG at the end, but overall, dude, Sick Nerd was kind of cooking. Sick Nerd was kind of cooking. And, yeah, I don't know. That was a great fight. Let's see what we got on that tracker, but it was on Mage Prayer. That the volatile, it did seem like it was on Mage Prayer. Can you, okay, when you see the volatile staff animation, do you have time to turn your magical prayer on, or is it already too late? Too late. Okay, that's what I thought. Easy eats. I see. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Sort of like a Debo. All right, do we have the tracker? No. Great. Oh, are these ones the remaining sets that could be? So we don't see the Gamba wheel. Maybe that's what it is. Possibly max DMM right now. It is max DMM. Okay. Good luck. Game 2. Sick Nerd versus Donator. Sick Nerd with the early freeze control. Donator hits the Venge VLS. Sick Nerd venges and barrages and then sends a, oh my, big damage coming out from everything that they're sending. The bolts are hitting for Donator. The barrages are hitting for Sick Nerd. Sick Nerd sends a 12 blood barrage. Both these dudes eats a full jab for the Voidwaker hit. Nothing for nothing. Another Voidwaker hit. It was a free hit, but it was a 0. The Jav on robes, nothing. The 22 Ice Barrage lands for Sick Nerd. The 46 VLS spec. Donator also hits the Venge at the same moment. 17 Jav coming out for Donator into the 12 Ice Barrage. Sick Nerd procs Donator's Venge with a low Ice Barrage. And now Donator about to be unfrozen. Looking for some blood barrages. Hits a 4 blood barrage on the Venge. A humble break of the Venge. Oh, a Voidwaker 24 on the Donator's prayer. Sick Nerd hoping for more, but it was a nice little anti-attempt. "13 Ice Barrage freezes Sick Nerd off. Donator also frozen off. 34 blood barrage that lands for Donator. And a 17 blood barrage lands for Sick Nerd. They're trading blood barrages. 10 lands for Sick Nerd. A low javelin procs Sick Nerd's Venge. And Sick Nerd peppering Donator with a couple of blood barrage into a 41 jab. Runs Donator with the VLS fakies to a jab, but the jab hits a 0. Now they're same time frozen off each other, trading javelins, trading Venge procs. Barrages, 1 hits for Sickner. Their ice barrages, a 15 blood barrage lands for Sickner. A jab followed it up onto the robes, hits a nothing. Donators hasn't seemed to hit anything in a couple of hits, 5-6 hits. Hits a 10 blood barrage on the Venge. Runs in, showing VLS. Fakey's Voidwaker, switches back VLS, goes to Mage, nothing hits. A VLS 33 on the half robes. Sicknerd, though, then eventually gets the freeze and the DD control. Sicknerd with 65% spec can work with a bunch. Hits a 0 VLS, though. Donator freezes him off. Hits a 0 jab and is about to be unfrozen. Donator benches back a bit of damage. Steps under with the VLS. Fakies the Voidwaker whack. Another Voidwaker whack. It's a 15. Earns a free hit. It's a 0 barrage. Sicknerd 50% spec. Donator 50% spec. Donator. They both have same amount of bruise. A small VLS spec into a 0 VLS spec. And the jab spec hitting nothing. I think that was even on Donator's robes. But Donator catches a 20 ice barrage. And then a 38 blood barrage onto Sicknerd. Followed by a 10 jab spec. Sicknerd down to his last hard food. 86 HP. Now a big blood barrage lands onto Sicknerd. Sicknerd going in with the jab. Hits a 0. Does Sicknerd see the last hard food in his inventory? Donator going with a 40. Was that a jab? Sicknerd eats that hard food. 36 HP remaining. Takes 20 damage. Leaves 16 remaining. 18 damage. Takes Sicknerd out the game. It's 1-1. Donator was not going to lose after losing on Piers, dude. Surely he's coming into that fight with a little chip on his shoulder. And it's sick to see. Want a max in DMM? That's cooked. First you start an Iron Man, now you want a max in DMM? Who is this guy? Lost your way, brother. Want DMM? Yeah, that's understandable. So 3 more hits in that Pure fight. Would have been more RNG. But the Pure fight's a wiggly. This fight, 6 more hits. Prayers are better. The robes were better. Better. Well played. Quickly get water as fast as possible. Look. Oh no, ding dong, ding dong. We're so back. We're so back. We are at game 3. And we are in max NH setups. And Donator is cooking on the DD. Sicknerd flashes that Voidwaker, but Donator does the diagonal step out, hits the halberd. Again, flashes the Voidwaker, diagonal step outs with the halberd, then hits a 24 Voidwaker spec onto Sicknerd's prayer. 38 bolt to follow it up though. Donator hits a 13 Voidwaker spec after it. Sicknerd doing well with the prayer, sends a 45 Voidwaker off prayer, then a 13 Voidwaker on prayer, the double it. Donator reads the double. Donator a bit less food though. I wish I saw the very beginning. Did Sicknerd hit maybe a couple big halberds or something? Voidwaker whack, step under. Voidwaker whacked the step under. Donator looking for anything. Hits a 34 Voidwaker. Camping the Voidwaker, gets a free hit out of it, and then sends the Halberd. Then follows up with a 44 Bolt, but then just get frozen off. Fresh frozen with a 9 Barrage. Sick Nerd steps under, resets his HP. Donator a bit under food. The Bolt's not cooking for Sick Nerd. Halberd, nothing. The Bolt from Donator, nothing. Sick Nerd not hitting, but Donator hitting a 21 Blood Barrage. Some Bolts trading. A 22 Bolt coming out from Sick Nerd. 29 Bolt from Donator. 7 Bolt from Sick Nerd. Donator keeps splashing. Chooses to go for the freezes. Takes a 19 Bolt. And then after all of that, gets frozen. And then takes a 16 Bolt. Sick Nerd in control of this fight. Nerd steps out with the Halberd. Doesn't hit. The Bolt doesn't hit. 23 Ice Barrage freezes Sick Nerd off of Donator. 26 Blood Barrage onto Donator. Donator steps under with the DD control though. Full HP. 40% spec. And he 37 Bolt. Oh wait, no, it was a 37 from Sick Nerd. And then Sick Nerd freezes Donator with a 21 Ice Barrage. And then to a 24 Bolt to follow it up. The Halberd following that hits a 0. 23 Bolt from Donator. Trying to get some momentum back. Freezes Sick Nerd off with a 10 Ice Barrage. 18 Ice Barrage lands for Sick Nerd though. Donator step back into the barrage. It splashes. The Bolt, nothing. Sick Nerd looking for the freeze control. 42 Voidwaker coming out from Donator. Followed by the 59 Voidwaker from Sick Nerd. The Halberd off prayer. It was a chance. Donator eating for his life takes a 17 Blood Barrage into the 0 Halberd. Freezes Sick Nerd a 19 Ice Barrage right next to him. 51 Halberd. Sick Nerd rips a massive Halberd into a staff badge. 26 Blood Barrage lands for Donator. But is it a little too late? 33 Blood Barrage from Donator. He shows the Voidwaker. Fakies to the Bolt. Nothing. It's a 30 HP left for Donator. 76 HP left for Sick Nerd. Donator hits a 26 Blood Barrage. The Halberd hits nothing on 53. That could have been 16 Bolt from Donator. 38 to 37. The Blood Barrage lands 19 for Sick Nerd. Sick Nerd has a 22 HP. Donator has 19 HP. The Blood Barrage splashes from Sick Nerd. The Blood Barrage from Donator splashes. The 16 Barrage procs the redemption on Donator. Donator with 27 HP. Sick Nerd with 29 HP. The 8 Barrage, the 21. No, Donator has 33 HP because he keeps proccing redemption to Sick Nerd. Gets sat down. Holy, Donator wanted that way more. Let's go. Holy shit. The redemption procs are fucking insane, dude. They're actually insane. It's so hard to keep track of. Oh. Well, I have no idea who wins this. And then how do they choose the sets in the elimination bracket? I have no idea. It might be just a wheel that we don't see. They're just doing RNG. I don't know. $62 hits. 62 hits. Has Doobie fought? No, he's only subbing in tomorrow. I don't know why he doesn't get to try the calls today. But he's only calling tomorrow. I mean, that's the closest fight as we're gonna get. Same prayers, same hits. One different magical RNG, but they both sent the same amount of magicians. Donator with 2 more offensive prayers correct. And a bit more healing from Blood Barrages. But taking a little bit more on robes. I mean, That's insanely close. That was a sick ass fight. And we are back for game 4. Donator's up 2-1 and then rips an early claw. Hits like a 30 on the Sick Nerd. 22 Bolt Proc on Donator. Sick Nerd follows it up with a 0 claw. Unluck. Donator going for the bolts and hitting nothing. Sick Nerd. Oh, takes a 42 whip on those robes, but does catch the freeze. And then, no, Donator freezes him off with a 27 Ice Barrage. This is worst case scenario for Sick Nerd. He was hoping to use that DD for resetting that fight. 21 Ice Barrage, though, does land onto Donator, followed by an 11 whip. And then a 16 whip. Sick Nerd connecting a bunch of hits in a row. Donator with a 15 Blood Barrage into the 26 Bolt. DD step under. Both dudes unfrozen. Now Donator refrozen. 21 Ice Barrage into the 17 Claw. 4 whip hit from Sick Nerd. Steps under. Controlling the fight. Donator still with the specs. Showing the claws. Does he send him? No. 8 Ice Barrage lands for Sick Nerd. Exchanging bolts. 8 for 2. Donator getting the better of it. A 1 Ice Barrage lands for Donator. He steps under with the DD control. 26 Barrage lands for Donator. 13 Bolt back from Sick Nerd. Bolt not landing from Donator. Bolt from Sick Nerd not landing. 9 Bolt from Donator. Barrage splashing. Both dudes splashing. Sick Nerd bolting. Hitting 0. Donator splashing. Sends a bolt. Hits a 0. Sick Nerd with a 0 Ice Barrage. Successful freeze. And then Donator with the successful 7. Both these dudes is frozen across the arena. 26 Bolt from Donator. Exchanging bolts that are hitting 0s. Bit tanky. Sending barrages. Flashing. A bolt proc. A 40 bolt proc from Donator. Shows the claws. Runs in. Hits a 21 on prayer from downtown. A 19 Ice Barrage though. And then 9 Ice Barrage. Freeze them both in their tracks. Away from each other though. Multiple Blood Barrages though. Landing for Sick Nerd. A 19 into a 13. Basically even on food, basically even on spec. Actually, nah, Sick Nerd a bit under food. Donator slight food advantage. Sick Nerd hitting a couple hits in a row though. Donator fresh frozen against the wall. Donator getting DD'd. Sick Nerd with the whip hit. Doesn't earn that free hit though. Trading bolts. They're both hitting 0s. Both of them with 1 spec remaining. The bolts flying, whip hits hitting nothing. Flashing. Looking for freeze control. Donator gets fresh frozen at 19. Left with 50 something HP. Eats up to 69, but Sick Nerd has a spec left. He can hit those. The staff bash though, that's not going to be what you hit it with. A 26 Blood Barrage lands onto Donator. Sick Nerd cooking on this DD. Hits a 1 Ice Barrage into the... Oh, Donator claw scratches. Donator step back. Bolts, hits a nothing. Sick Nerd goes in for the whip, but gets frozen off with an 8 Ice Barrage. Donator. Did he just pot up? I didn't see. Goes for the bolt. Hits a nothing. Goes for the whip on robes. Hits a 19. Another whip. Hits a 0. A bolt from Donator hits a 14, but then gets frozen off. Hits a 28 claw onto Sick Nerd, but Sick Nerd does get the freeze DD control. Sick Nerd eats the rest of his brew, has 5 hard food remaining with a full health bar. Hits a 30 Ice Barrage onto Donator. Hits a 30-ish claw. Still working. Donator with the whip. 0 whip on Rose. Sick Nerd with the 6 Ice Barrage to freeze Sick Nerd, but then Sick Nerd takes a 29 Ice Barrage. Frozen same time next to each other. Nerd looking for some blood barrages, splashing. Donator looking for some blood barrages, splashing. Bolts hitting a 22 on Donator. Followed by a whip that hits nothing. A bolt from Donator hitting nothing. Sick Nerd sending his own bolt that hits nothing. 9 Ice Barrage traded for a 2 Ice Barrage. Donator hits a 16 Blood Barrage. Donator going to have 1 spec sooner than Sick Nerd, but can he last that long? Sick Nerd freezes Donator with a 16 Ice Barrage, but now Sick Nerd frozen off with a 9 Ice Barrage. 30 bolt lands for Sick Nerd. 15 blood brush lands for Donator. 4 blood brush for Sicknerd. Is down to the wire. Sicknerd's a full HP though. Donator choosing not to eat. Sicknerd showing claws, but he doesn't have enough spec. Donator does have enough spec. Sends a big barrage. It's a 32 barrage into the claw scratch. No! It looked like he was setting up a big opportunity. Takes a 19 Donator, eating all of his food remaining. Takes a bolt on the robes. Sicknerd hits a 12 into a 0 claws. Donator freezes him off with a 2 ice barrage into a 26 bolt. A bolt proc hits a 26 on her Donator. Donator trades a 25 bolt into another claw scratch. And to a 0 on robes. A 0 claw on robes. That's so unlucky. A 12 bolt to follow that all up though. Donator frozen off with a 0 ice barrage. Sicknerd takes an 8 ice barrage, getting under. Sent a 27 bolt onto Donator. Donator eats up 79 HP remaining. Nothing left. Sicknerd left with 31 HP. 32 barrage lands onto Donator. A Donator whip hits a 0. Looks for the step back bolt. It's a 0. The 0 ice barrage from Sicknerd. 5 blood barrage from Donator. He has 48 HP now. A 25 bolt from Donator hits into a 15 whip onto Sicknerd. And now Sicknerd is out the game. Wait, he's out the game. That was a 3-1. Donator is advancing to the semifinals. Dude, Donator played that very well. Five more hits, better prayers, even under RNG. I mean, under RNG as well. Exactly the same healing. Dude, this is a good matchup. This is actually a great matchup. And now we've got Sink versus Mika, as well as Lake versus Donator. Dude, Lake Donator? I feel like this is a crazy interesting matchup. I'm not sure. I have no idea how this goes. But I think Sink takes this one like 3-1 maybe. Maybe like a 3-2. I don't know. Up Sink, dude. Bro's cooking. Arresta one tick DM, Sicknerd. See you tomorrow, G. Oh man. I like it though, dude. Bit of banter, man. Bit of banter. Alright. Let's do a bit of Gamba, dude. Now that we got the semifinals cooking, let's do a bit of game. Good luck. We've had a knockout. Time to give away 20 mil GP. Oh my god. Oh, get your Gambas in. Get your Gambas in. Who's gonna win? Sink versus Mika. I don't know. My money's on Sink. If I was a gambling chatter, I'd put a lot of money on Sink. But you never know. Mika does well in these situations. He's had a lot of tournament experience. We'll see, dude. But either way, also both of these dudes are the same caliber where whoever loses here, one, I kind of think they might beat the loser of this one. And two, I think they're just gonna for sure advance tomorrow. Like they are just very good. Interesting. Type KO in the chat. Um, nearly time. Here we go. We are in NH stake setup for game number 1, the first semi-final match. A massive 40 claw coming out from Mika. But sync with the DD control. Sync. Sends some bolts on that DD. Not hitting much though. Looking for a freeze. Hits a 36 ice barrage, but it's a slightly too soon for that refreeze. But now Mika fresh frozen with a 0 freeze, and that was a claw on 69. I didn't see the prayer. I just checked the HP at the moment, so I'm not sure if it was a chance, but if it was off prayer, that was a massive chancer. $25 ice barrage though, freezes sync. Mika with the step under DD control, whip into the bolt, 16 bolt. 24 bolt return from sync though. 14 whip from Mika, gets fresh frozen a 3 ice barrage, sends an 18 bolt onto sync. Sync with the step under, sends a bolt on the DD. Looks for that whip, 34 whip from sync, earns himself a free 13 blood barrage. Mika looking for some space in this fight. Looking for the freeze control, gets it with a 1 ice barrage, steps under, starts to cook. Flashing though, twice in a row. Sync, first time freezes. And then Mika hits a 20 blood barrage standing next to his opponent. Hits a 21 ice barrage into a 33 whip hit. Mika using all 3 styles crazy effectively. Bolt coming out from sync, hits nothing. Both these dudes looking for freeze control. They both same time freeze, a 3 for a 13 in sync's favor. But then Mika hits a 21 bolt. Sync with an 8 blood barrage. A 21 blood barrage to follow it up. Mika hitting an 18 blood barrage of his own. Sync with a 21 blood barrage. Mika with a 14 blood barrage. Sync with a 35 bolt proc. And Mika with a 10 blood barrage into a 0 whipper. Crazy amounts of damage exchange on the same time freeze. And then Sync fresh frozen with a 21 ice barrage. Mika following it up with a 16 bolt into a 31 bolt on the robe. Sync then takes a 30-something claw. Crazy damage from Mika. Mika gets same time frozen though, right next to Sync. Sync sends a 0 claw. Super unhumble. Gets the step under Mika, about to be unfrozen. Gets a freeze 10 ice barrage onto Sync. Sync with only 3 hard food remaining. Mika with slight food advantage, but Sync with the claw spec remaining. Mika very far away from a spec. This could be the difference maker. 18 Ice Barrage lands onto Mika. Splashing, both dudes splashing. The bolt, a 24 step out bolt onto Mika. 19 Blood Barrage following it up. Sync gets frozen off a 23 Ice Barrage. Mika about to be unfrozen, lands an 11 Blood Barrage, and then Sync lands an 18 into a 20 Barrage. Mika hitting at 16 whip. With that DD control, Mika has no food remaining, 112 HP. Sync, no food remaining, 98 HP. As close as we could get. Sync still has that spec though. Sync freezes Mika off with a 20. Cooking with the bolts. Trying to get Mika to not pray melee, but Mika is just camping that melee prayer. Sync takes a 24 bolt proc and then hits a 30, maybe 36 claw on the robes. And then Mika procs the redemption with the whip hit. A 15 Blood Barrage leaves Sync with 10 HP. Mika with 12 HP. Who's going to get the hit? Who could get the RNG? The bolt, the 0 Blood Barrage, it lands, it connects nothing. The 5 Blood Barrage connects onto Sync, leaves Sync with 5 HP at the 13. Holy. Sync's hit actually procs Mika's redemption as well, so Mika like double didn't die, as well as getting the hit onto Sync first. What an ending. What an ending. But that, dude, I don't even think there was anything like that stood out that could have been changed. I think it was just an RNG game in it situation. Like, was there more to it than that? I think with slightly more hits. Both dudes with over RNG. Same amount of healing. Just an insanely close fight. And now, game 2, we got Pures, Sync versus Mika. Mika fresh frozen, a 19 Ice Barrage followed by a 20 bolt. Oh, but he returns a big DDS spec. Mika's still taking crazy damage from Sync though, a 12 DDS on melee prayer, and then Mika freezes Sync off with a 15 Ice Barrage. Both of these exchanging big Ice Barrage, a 35 Blood Barrage into a 37 Blood Barrage into a 29 DDS spec into a 35 Blood Barrage. Mika's going crazy style, a 0 DDS on the prayer though. And then Mika gets fresh frozen, hits a 20 something Blood Barrage. Mika's getting crazy value out of these Blood Barrages. Sync fresh frozen goes for the volley, the 31 on like 60 something. That was definitely a chancer. 27 Blood Barrages. Mika steps under Sync, lands a big Blood Barrage of his own. Holy pure bracket. The damage just keeps piling up. Mika gets fresh frozen, but then does a 22 bolter barrage of his own. Sync hits a 21 bolter into a 9 Blood Barrage, and then gets frozen off with a 13 Ice Barrage. It's a 28 or 38 Blood Barrage. I can't keep track of all the hit splashes. It's just too many. Holy. Sync about to be unfrozen, taking big DD-sim damage. And then the bolt, an 11 to follow it up. Sync gets the... No, they get that both at the same time refreeze away from each other. Sync with a little bit less food, but he has one more spec than his opponent. The bolt, nothing, is a 1. A 6 Blood Barrage. A 10 Blood Barrage traded for a 36 into a 31 DDS. It was a crazy big chance opportunity. Sync with no food remaining gets frozen a 0 Ice Barrage into a 21 Ice Barrage. Now Mika step back 8 bolt, frozen off 12 Blood Barrage for a 17 Blood Barrage favoring Sync. Now 14 for a 10 also favoring Sync. The Outlast game going on. 14 Bolt Proc into the 2 DDSer on the prayer, though. Good prayer by Mika. Mika was so much hard food remaining. The staff bash, that's not what we're looking for in these tough moments. As Sync gets a freeze and 8 barrage into a 10 blood barrage DD control. 20 barrage lands, but then gets frozen off. Hits a 25 bolt. Oh, that gets KO'd at 35. Good fight. Damn, dude. Mika looking better, dude. Is looking better. Zink is gonna need a tough reverse sweep situation. What? If there's anyone who could do it. How did he do before? Did Sync fight Mika? I don't think they fought before. Damn. We're just waiting for Tracker. I mean, it was another close one, though. And Pure Bracket's a little more wiggly. I don't know. I put less at stake on the Pure Bracket. It's just so the chaos. Like, part of it is good, like, to be able to thrive in the chaos. But I don't know. I feel like wins on the Pure Bracket, I don't know. They might matter less to me if I'm like trying to gauge how good of a player is. I don't know how much weight, how much emphasis do we put on this Pure Bracket? I don't know. But this is game 3. A big VLSer to start it off from Sync, though. Sync needs to come out swinging for this one. He needs a reverse sweep situation to see the grand finals. A 31 barrage into a bit of a jab into a 36 Voidwaker off prayer. Sync with the 30 jab to follow it up. Big damage coming out from Sync. Starting this off. Making good use of his specs, making good use of that DD. Does get fresh frozen and hits a 30. Oof, a 30 blood brush into a 39 VLS into a 16 Voidwaker on prayer. Good prayer. This fight is off to a chaotic start. A 15 barrage lands on the Venge, but does fresh freeze Mika. Mika takes a jab on Robes. It's a 0. A jab, a 14 jab into the VLS fakie into the 49 jab. Sync gets frozen off with a 25 barrage into a 32 blood barrage, though. Mika about to be unfrozen. A VLS whack? No, Mika's venged up, though. Oh, a 20 ice barrage lands onto the Venge. Mika's still sitting pretty low HP. They're both really low supplies. Not too many brews for both of them. The VLS hitting crazy big for Sync. Mika's about to be out of brews. 13 blood barrage landing for Mika, though. The VLS spec hits a 0. Sync tanks those. Sync with the VLS spec remaining. Shows the jab fakie into the 33 ice barrage. That was Sync. But it did get venged back. And then out a 26 blood barrage from Sync. Sync's got DD control for a little while now. No. Gets frozen off with a 23 ice barrage into an 18 blood barrage. Mika about to eat his last remaining hard food. And Sync was still so much food and a spec to go. Oh, but the jab. Sync hits a 40 jab onto the Venge. Mika follows it up with a 15 jab of a 17 jab of his own. A 13 VLS from Sync. He was hoping for way more than that. And then a 31 ice brush freezes Sync same time next to Mika. Mika with 46 HP. Now 32 HP. Blood Barrage is being traded. Mika down to 11, now down to 24 HP with that big 22 Blood Barrage, 35 VLSer onto the prayer, 62 VLSer. Sync takes max DMM. Is that not crazy? Mika's like the DMM guy. I don't know how much time he spends in maximum setups, but Mika's the like one of the like top 3 DMM creators. If I think about just pure DMM, Mika been putting in crazy work this week. That's sick. It's been paying off, dude. It's paying off for sure. So this was game 2 fight tracker. Mika was up 5 and a bit of RNG. I think with a ton of blood barrages though. And a bit of a chancer, but well, I mean, actually, no. DDS chancers are not fake. That was the DDS chancer in the P bracket. Game 3. Maximum NH. This seems to be Sync's fucking bread and butter today, dude. He loves this halberd. He's been cooking with it. Sync hits a 16 bolt and then a 40 barrage. They're same time frozen away from each other, but Sync hitting crazy damage for his. Opts to take off his helmet, actually. Sync doing a helm takeoff, by the way. Dude, they both just splashed like 3-4 times in a row. And now Sync running across the arena with the halberd out, not giving a fuck. Mika prayed mage though, because he thought it was no shot that he would ever do that and not fake it to the Void Waker. Sync catches Mika and then sends a 31 bolt to follow it up. A Void Waker, 18 on prayer. Good prayer from Mika. Now Sync cooking on that DD. Steps out with that DCB. Tries the halberd, but then takes multiple big halberds in a row. And then a big 36 Void Waker from Mika. Mika steps under. And hits a 14 halberd into a 21 Void Waker onto Sync's prayer. Sync sitting in the robes. Sends the mage. Splashes. And then catches the next one. A 6 Ice Barrage. A 39 bolt from Sync, followed by the halberd. That was possibly a chance, it looked like. A 20 bolt return from Mika. $33 barrage from Mika. But Sync catches Mika with a fresh freeze. Sync unfrozen with the DD. Opts to reset the fight. Mika with a sizable food advantage, but Sync does have multiple specs. He can send a Void Waker. He can send a couple of VLSs. He's about to have a Void Waker and VLS. And a 58 Albert though. Oh, sorry, he doesn't have a VLS. I don't know. He has a Void Waker spec. 19 ball onto Sync. And then a 30. Sync's taking big damage, but does catch a 26 Ice Barrage. Fresh freezes Mika. Sync down to 2 hard food. Bolt hits a 36 on Mika. Ooh, the halberd hits nothing though. Sync bolts onto the robes. Hits nothing. Gets frozen a 19 barrage. Then hits a 10 ice barrage of his own. And then a 12 ice barrage. At the same time, freeze. They're trading damage as best as they can. The bolts hitting low. The blood barrage hitting low. The blood barrage splashing. The bolts not hitting. The Void Waker 14 on prayer. It's so humble. Mika fresh frozen. Now Sync same time frozen away. Sync I had a 22 barrage and then an 11 bolt proc for Mika. Sync is out of food, 83 HP. And Mika still has 3 hard food and about to have a spec of his own. And here it is. No, Fakey's the Void Waker, steps into the bolt. Doesn't even have enough spec. Now, Sync sends his Void Waker, but it was on prayer. Mika looks for the freeze, doesn't get it, but gets caught. A 5 ice barrage from Sync. Oh, the 22 bolt as Sync is trying to work with the DD. Shows the Void Waker. Fakies the bolt. Gets hit a bolt proc though, but then gets a 44 halberd. Oh, the 23 Void Waker on prayer. Good prayer by Sync to not get antied there. And then catches the refreeze onto Mika. The halberd, the 28 halberd on 60, leaves Mika with the 41 HP. Sync with 20 HP. And a big bolt. Oh my, 27 bolt. Dude, Sync was trying to pull that back. He was kind of doing it, dude. He was kind of doing it. And by pulling it back, yeah, he was just camping the halberd, which is the greatest weapon in the video game. But, dude. Okay, well, unfortunately, that does mean that Sync is down to the lower bracket finals. And Mika moving on to land, dude. Congratulations to Mika. He's the first qualifier of today. Crazy RNG for this one. But he did earn a lot more hits. And his dude off prayer is so good. Last one. I feel like the fight trackers for these fights take longer. Like the group stages happen way faster. If we just spam the halberd, he had it. Maybe. Maybe. And now. Oh, here. 70 hits to 63 hits. Oh, wait. Sync had 7 more hits. Unlucky. Oh. More hits don't matter. Just do more damage than your opponent. Now, Lake versus Donator. What do we think? Oh, here, I'll pay out this prediction and then set up the next one. Damn. There were no bets on Sync for that. Alright, I started prediction Donator versus Lake. Good luck. Get your gambas in. Dink donk. Alright. We are alive. Donator versus Lake, game 1. We are in maximum DMM. And Donator has been landing on multiple barrages in a row to start it off. Lake is back to full, but he was sitting pretty low. 20 Ice Barrage lands on a Donator. Lake's about to be unfrozen. Donator's low as fuck. Lake goes in with the VLSer. Fakey's into the jab, the 14 jab. Donator casts a VLS freeze, does not hit it. 39 jab comes out from Lake though with the DD control. 24 Voidwaker off prayer. Lake with the 20 Voidwaker whack into the VLS whack. Free hit. 15 jab for the 11 jab. Lakes was onto the Donator Venge. 15 freeze. No, 10 freeze onto Lake. Donators was just too early. Lakes was just too early to freeze Donator. Now Donator under with the 30 Voidwaker on prayer. And then a 48 Javelin. Followed by 21 Blood Barrage from Donator. The 50 VLS though from Lake leaves Donator with 21 HP. VLS 47. Oh my. And then the Venge. Wait, was that a chance and a half? Donator ate the Venge? I think Donator ate the Venge because if he didn't, he died. Lake with a crazy big food advantage. Donator rips a 62 VLS though. And bounces back a little bit of damage with that Vengeance. Donator takes a 32 Ice Barrage though. Now Donator with no food remaining, 88 HP. Can he? He's a 22 Javelin into a 0 jab. Lake about to be unfrozen. 36 VLS onto Lake's melee prayer. That could have been massive. Big prayer from Lake. Lake hits a 32 Javelin. Donator 6 Blood Barrage. Now Lake with a bit of DD control. VLS whack, nothing. Staff badge, nothing. Jab a 44 on the Donator's robes. And now Lake venges up. It's all but certain. Oh, but Donator uses the Venge to proc the redemption. 36. Oh my, 36 Blood Rush into the 30 VLS. Into the 19 VLS whack. Donator putting together a little magical run at the end. Lake left with 24 HP. Donator 12 HP. It's down to the wire. Lake hits a 0 Blood Barrage. And the 19 VLS. Like, damn, dude. Nah, Donator brought that back in a crazy way. Donator brought that back in a crazy way. He was like playing for the only way to win type of situation. You know what I mean? Like going for the low odds, but like the only play that actually gets you to winning that fight. And he like put it together. He almost had that shit. That was a good fight. Next up, Standard NH. Five more hits for Lake though, but crazy RNG. Also big RNG for Donator. Damn, both. Interesting. Chaotic fight. Donator with a small chance attempt. Hey. Game 2. NA staking. Did Sync win? No. Mika won. Mika advances. Sync does still have a second opportunity though in the lower bracket finals. Claw, a 19 claw comes out from Donator. While he's getting DD'd, a bit of an anti-claw. Okay, and then a 0 claw comes out from Lake. Now Donator unfrozen. Takes a 6. Gets the 9 Ice Barrage though. Gets the freeze. Step back bolt hits a 0. Gets frozen. Donator gets frozen on 19 Ice Barrage. 17 Blood Barrage lands for Donator. Into the 0 bolt. Nothing's landed for Lake. Both these use splashing. Donator sends a bolt. It's a 0. The lake bolt hits a 0. Donator catches the 19 ice barrage for the fresh freeze. Steps under with a 0 bolt into the another 0 bolt. Takes a 18 or a 13 and then gets refrozen next to lake with a 4 ice barrage. A whip, 17 from lake. Lake with the DD control with the 50 claw. Donator looking for freeze control. Opts to send a bolt of 28 onto the lake robes. Reset of the fight. Donator still has a claw spec. Lake very far from the claw spec, but Lake has a bit of a food advantage. Donator hits a 21 bolt proc, followed by another 21 bolt into a 0 whip. Bunch of 0 whips. Lake, Donator splashing. Both the dudes splashing. No, Donator gets caught a 20 and then Lake gets caught in 11. Same time freeze next to each other. Donator follows up with a 29 bolt. Lake with a 19 bolt. Donator 35 blood barrage. Donator about to have 2 full specs. Sends 1. It was a 24 claw followed by a 15 blood barrage. A 23 bolt stops Donator in his tracks. Now Lake looking for the freeze control, catches it. It's a 0 freeze on 61. Donator, fairly low HP, has gets to hit a 13 bolt, eaten up. The whip hits exchanged. With staff ash from Lake. Donator looks for the refreeze. They get the same time. 30 for 10 in Lake's favor. 16 bolt for a 4 blood barrage or ice barrage, and then Donator hits a 29 bolt to follow it up. Lake hits a small barrage. Donator hits a small bolt. The big 24 bolt from Lake into the 0 claw. Donator hits a 38 bolt into the 40 claw and the 23 whip to sit Lake down. Lake died with 5 anglers in his inventory from a whip. Who's winning? Not like this fight, but like the day. It's hard to tell who's gonna win here. Mika has already advanced. The winner of this advances. I can't tell. And then the loser of this fight sink. And I can't tell. I don't know. Any of these 3 could take it, really. But this is the semifinals at this point. And we are 1-1. Donator versus Lake. Donator with 1 more hit. Ooh, bit of RNG diff. Bit of RNG diff. Down to the wire. Ooh, but look at that healing. Crazy healing. Okay, but now it's the pure bracket. Donator's bread and butter. The 0 claw. I know, dude. The claw specs are so hit and miss. And it feels like a lot of wasted damage when your claw hits a 0 in these Outlast fights. It sucks. Damn, look at Lake, dude. The standard NH. Oh, but the pure, dude, Lake has been doing better on the pure than Donator has today. Oh, shit. Good luck. Game 3. It's on. 13 bolt for Lake to start it. 10 bolt on Lake. And now they're same time frozen. Lake follows it up with a 30 bolt, though. Donator with an 18 barrage. Lake 8 barrage. Donator sitting pretty low, but Lake's frozen for a while. 26 bolt proc for a 21 bolt, favoring Donator. 33 blood barrage for Donator. 16 bolt for Donator. Both dudes unfrozen. 8 ice barrage. A big 20 barrage catches Donator, though. Fresh frozen, and then Lake gets refrozen as well. 22 ice barrage exchange for 11 ice barrage in favor of Lake. Bolts exchanged 9 for 9. Both these dudes about to be unfrozen. Donator's unfrozen, Lake's unfrozen. Big DDS 0 on melee. 12 Ice Barrage into a 13 DDS on melee. 20-something Barrage freezes Lake into a 29 Blood Barrage into a 17 Bolt Proc on Prayer. Donator, bunch of hits in a row connecting for him. A 3 Bolt Proc, back-to-back Bolt Procs. What the hell is this? 0 Bolt from Donator. A splash from Lake. A 12 Blood Barrage from Donator. A bolt that doesn't land from Donator, and then a caught Ice Barrage from Lake. But now Donator catches a 15 Ice Barrage. Same time frozen, but they're away from each other. A 38 Blood Barrage lands for Lake. That's big. Both these dudes, same amount of spec. Not many DDS spent this fight. 20 Blood Barrage for Donator. 10 Bolt for Lake. 16 Blood Barrage for Donator. A 18 DDS for Lake. A 25 Bolt for Lake. Donator catches the refreeze though. Steps into the Bolt. 24 Bolt. Into the... Oh my DDS. Oh my DDS. Donator went for the hero volatile spec, but he was at 50 something HP and didn't pray melee for the anti. And Lake hits an insanely good anti. Oh, please, can we get a replay of that? Either a clip here or production. Holy, I hope we get a replay of that. I feel like that was insane. Like, I like the idea, but we just have to diagonal step on that one. We just had the diagonal step on that one. But I do feel like it was on melee prayer. The volley, was it? I'm not sure if it was. I like the vision, dude. I like the vision. He's having a good time out there. He's made it to top 4, and I feel like he can make it to top 4 again tomorrow, even worst case. So I like it. I like the going for gold, man. Big barrage. Gets a big bolt, gets a step under, and then he goes for it. Oh, the 46. And it was on melee prayer, but I think he it was a bold move. It was a bold move. Maybe with the step out, with the diagonal step out, could have been it. Here we go. Game 4. Donator's frozen. Now Lake is frozen. Wait, yeah, it's game 4. They just showed 2-2 for a second. All right, Zerk bracket. What do we got? Couple of medium hits exchanged. Couple of bolts exchanged. 13 Ice Barrage. Oh my. 37 AGS on prayer, dude. If Donator did not get that great prayer, that was out the game. And that was perhaps... Maybe that was on 80. I didn't see what it was actually. But Lake is out of AGS specs. Donator still has full amounts of AGS spec. And Lake gets fresh frozen. Donator is unfrozen. Will we see Donator's first AGS specs? Lake looks like he's camping melee prayer. AGS, a 0 from Donator. Unlucky. The whip, a 9. It's changed it for an 8 bolt. The AGS whack, he earns a free hit with that whip, but it was an AGS for a 0 whack. And then Donator gets a hit at 26 bolt as he gets DD control. And then gets hit at 32, but then exchanges it for a 32 whip of his own into the free AGS whack of 0. Crazy, hitting 2 0 AGS whacks on Zerks. A few barrages being traded, a 20 bolt from Lake as he gets the step under DD. Donator, not frozen for very much longer, takes a 33 bolt into an 8 whip. Freezes Lake, a 9. Gets the maybe step under, is unfrozen. There it is. Donator still with a spec. Lake nearly with his third spec of the fight. And Donator's only sent one spec. Donator catches a big 32 Ice Barrage into a 23 Ice Barrage into a 0 bolt. Takes a 19 bolt as he's cooking with his DD. 20 for a 13 bolt exchange favoring Lake. Donator fresh frozen next to Lake. Trying to eat up. Looking for an opportunity to send that spec. Lake at 40% spec though. About to have his third. Lake cooking on that DD, 26 whip. Donator freezes him off though, 15 Ice Barrage to stop that. Donator with the step under, the whip hit to earn a free Blood Barrage. It was a 0 that connected, so unlucky. 16 bolt from Lake to follow it up. A 61 AGS though from Donator, that's a lot of damage. Lake does have another spec though. Does Donator know? He has 4 hard food and only 51 HP at this moment. Does freeze Lake off of him. 19 Blood Barrage lands for Donator. 3 Blood Barrage lands for Lake. 7 Blood Barrage lands for Donator. 6 Bolt lands for Lake. 6 Blood Barrage lands for Donator. 8 Blood Barrage lands for Lake. They're trading hits. Donator 3 hard food remaining. Lake 1 hard food remaining. 66 HP. Donator 42 food remaining. But 3 hard foods. Lake still has a spec. Gets a 24 blood or Ice Barrage. Freezes Donator. Donator. No, the 41 on 40. Damn. Donator died with 2 hard food. Or 2 or 3 hard food. And he died praying range. Unlucky, dude. Lake clutching up. Lake clutching up, dude. And it looks like Lake is advancing to land. And now we have the match that matters. It's Sync versus Donator to see who actually advances to land, like who gets third place, and who has to come back tomorrow. And then Mika versus Lake are gonna fight, but it's not really for stakes. It's just for like seeding. But give me 1 sec. I'm gonna take a quick pisser before the next fight. BRB. Yo. More hits for Lake, a bit more RNG, a lot more healing, less robes. Also, prediction. That's giving 50-50 Sync versus Donator. Who do we think? Sync versus Donator? I think Donator is gonna have a chip on his shoulder from this series. I think a bit of bad decision making and a few clutch moments that he's gonna want to like fix here. And I think he's going to be able to do that. But Sync has been playing well, and Sync actually beat Donator earlier 2-1 in a best of 3. But it was in Standard and H. Standard and H and Pure. I don't remember what round this was. Oh my, Donator's 7-0 in Max and H, by the way. We've been hyping up his Pure bracket, but is bro really just a Max and H guy? Kind of sick. He may be lacking on the NH staking though. Like we are ready for Sync versus Donator. It's time. We are starting with NH staking. The set that has the most difference in their win rate. And Donator rips a 0 claw off the bat. Unlucky. 21 bolt proc from Donator. 0 freeze. Catches Donator though. Think about to be unfrozen. 32 blood barrage from Donator. Sync with the boot takeoffs already. A claw. 29 claw from Sync. Into the 0 bolt. 21 bolt proc on Sync's robes. Donator went in for the claw spec, but then gets frozen off. And then Sync frozen with a 20 ice barrage. Donator follows that up with a 14 blood barrage. Sync hits a 9 bolt. Couple bolts exchange, 0 bolts. The bolt on robes hits a 7 onto Donator. Donator unfrozen. Sync unfrozen. Bolt onto Sync hits 0. The freeze onto Donator hits 0. 12 blood barrage lands onto Sync. Sync gets caught. 16 ice barrage. Donator resetting. Whip hit. 10 whip onto Sync. Trading barrages. Only Sync's lands. It was a 1. 6 bolt for Donator. Both these dudes looking for something in this fight. Something to send off of. They both have a claw spec to work with. 15 ice barrage lands for Donator. Steps under with that DD control. Whip hit. He earns a free hit. What's it going to be? It was a 7 blood barrage. No, he didn't do it fast enough though. A claw. 2 claw on robes. So unhumble. Follows it up with a 30 bolt, but gets hit a 20 barrage in the process. Donator hits a 23 ice barrage, but Sync is still unfrozen. Donator about to be unfrozen. Sync trying to cook with the remainder of the DD. Sends a 0 claw. Gets hit a 9 bolt as he's looking for this refreeze. No, Donator catches the refreeze. 18 ice barrage with the bolt. 18 to follow it up. Steps under, follows it up with a 1 whip. With a 4 whip on the robes. Into the bolt. Unanswered. Claw shows the claw. Fakies the bolt. Hits a 0. Donator gets caught. A 0 ice barrage into a 24 blood barrage from Sync. Now a 29 exchange for a 19 favoring, I think it was Sync. 13 whip. 28 ice barrage though from Donator. Donator unfrozen. Works with the claw scratch. 40 bolt from Sync as Donator's looking to line up a 23 barrage into a like 30-ish claws, like a 35 claw. That could have been crazy good, but Sync did get a nice melee prayer on that claw. And it was there was an anti-opportunity as well. Sync hitting that big bolt could have sent a spec off of it as Donator was running in. Bolts, zeros. As claw, a 0 on robes, and then Donator hits a 35 barrage into an 18 blood barrage. 32 whip on the robes though. Donator cooking. He has way more food than Sync. He's looking to take a strong game 1. Sync going for the downtown barrage. It splashes. Donator splashes his own. Sync with the bolts. It lands the bolt. The 17 barrage lands from Sync. He gets the 14 bolt. Step under DD control. Neither of these dudes have spec. But Donator will be getting his spec first. Ooh, 32 big blood barrage lands for Sync. And then a 39 bolt lands for Donator. 34 blood barrage return from Sync. Huge numbers coming out. Donator able to double his way back up to full though. Sync has 37 HP and nothing else left in the tank. 33 HP. Looking for the freeze. Misses it. Donator misses his. Gets refrozen. 12 ice barrage from Sync. Sync steps under. 21 bolt from Donator. 11 whip leaves Sync with 2 HP. And that barrage is going to be enough to give Donator the game 1 of 5. Good performance from Donator, dude. Love to see it. Also, yeah, that style was his weakest in the stats. Like he had the worst record, and Sync had one of the best records on this, if not the best out of his. And so that net difference is insane, and Donator taking that is insane. And now, oh wait, no, he was 7-0 on max NH. Donator has not lost a max NH fight today, apparently. So we will see. But right now we got max DMM game 2. Donator catches the first freeze. There's a 7 on Sync's Venge. 48 jab to follow that up though. A 2 Voidwaker whack into the jab poke. It's a 0. Donator just looking to cook with that DD. Hits a 0 VLS. Damn, it was on prayer though. Sync catches a 6 barrage into a 20 blood barrage. Oh my, Venge stack. That was such a move. Sync looked to stack the barrage with the VLS spec and hits big, and then hits a 53 Voidwaker onto Donator. Donator on the back foot, eating well though. But Sync still with a VLS spec remaining. Donator with lots of spec to work with, but does get fresh frozen. Donator eats up to full. Sync does as well. Jab, nothing. Oh, VLS on the Venge though. A 44 VLS gets Venged back onto Sync. Donator happy about that. The same time, oh my, 38 barrage stops Donator right next to Sync. Donator follows it up with a 30 jab. The blood barrage is hitting nothing. The jab hitting nothing. Blood barrage hits a 9, and then Donator hits a 33 ice barrage. Both these dudes unfrozen. Donator has lots of spec to work with. Hits a 20 Voidwaker on the magical prayer though. Takes a 37 ice barrage and then freezes Sync with a 16 ice barrage. But these dudes are same time frozen away from each other. About the same food but Donator has a bit more spec to work with. Maybe Sync has the slightest food advantage. No, it's not. I think Donator does. The VLSer, 15. Humble. Donator tanks those. It was off prayer and everything. Followed by a 30 jab and then gets Venge back 14 damage. Donator now at a bit of a food deficit, but does have spec. A Void Waker whack into the VLS whack. It was a free VLS whack. The jab hits a 44. And the 66 Void Waker to follow that up. That's a big spec from Donator. A 46 jab to follow that up. Holy damage. Sync answers with a 34 Blood Barrage and a 29 Blood Barrage. And Donator gets Venge back a huge damage. Donator was 17. Oh my. Massive Blood Barrage to sit Donator through that redemption. It was a 39 Blood Barrage to sit him through 17 HP. Holy. Dude, that was insanely close. Also, Sync is a demon on the Venge, dude. Actually, so sick. I think the next fight is going to be so crazy. Does Ray stay undefeated? Or does Sync go up 2-1? And if he does go up 2-1 by breaking that undefeated streak, I think he either 3-1s or 3-2s. Like, Sync takes it, you know? But if Ray can stay undefeated in the max NH setup, giving him a comfortable 2-1 lead into the last two setups, I don't know. I think he takes it. This game 3 is pivotal. Is he in good spirits? Are they both in good spirits? It is a bit mental, dude. It is a bit mental. It's mostly mental, actually. Oops. Right. Ray's on Tutorial Island. He's locked in. I mean, I'm definitely biased. I'm rooting for Ray. But Sync has made a fan out of me today, for sure. So I'm happy with whoever wins, dude. And bro, Doobie Dobies tomorrow. Definitely curious to see if there's more stand-ins. I wish there were more stand-ins every day. Like either 3 people to replace people who left, or you just get 1 day to qual, and like, you know, if they had a full roster of a couple days of qualifications, get your 1 day and that's your shot. I can see that being sick. Here we go. Maximum NH. Donator has not lost a maximum NH fight today. And this is 1-1. Game 3. Donator catches the first freeze. It's an 18, but then gets frozen a 15 away from Sync. 21 Blood Barrage lands for Sync. 11 Bolt for Donator. 11 Bolt for Donator again. He's spamming the bolts. 3 Blood Barrage into the 0 Halberd. 10 Blood Barrage lands for Donator. And Sync gets hit an 18 into the refreeze. Gets hit a 16 Ice Barrage. And then Donator staff bashes, but then gets hit at 27 ice bars, and they are now same time frozen right next to each other. Sink has been opting to cook with the halberd in these situations. Donator, Voidwaker specs on prayer, 27 into a 34 halberd. Fakies the Voidwaker into the halberd, but nothing's hitting too big. 23 bolt hits on the Sink. The halberd hits a 0. Sink catches a barrage into a 22 bolt, and now, oh my, frozen off of in halberd range, hits a 47 halberd into a 20 halberd. Sink is spamming the halberd. What an item. Hits a 15 bolt onto Donator. Donator a bit less food and not a lot of spec. 53 Voidwaker comes out from Sink. Sink is turbo cooking in this one. 23 Ice Barrage lands onto Donator. 9 Ice Barrage lands on the Sink. A 32 bolt lands onto Donator. Sink. Oh, wait. I can't really tell who has the food advantage at this point. It's pretty much anyone's game. It's slightly Sink's favorite now because there's 2 big hits in a row, followed by a 14 bolt from Sink. There's a couple 30s in a row, though. This camera angle sucks. And now, Donator with the freeze, the DD control, steps under to reset his HP. Looks like he pots up, hits the super combat. Oh, and then hits a 42 bolt onto Sink. Sink with the big halberd, but Donator with the even bigger halberd with the follow-up 34 halberd after a 40-something halberd. And then hits a 0 bolt proc. That's so fucking unlucky. Fakies the Voidwaker into the 32 bolt, into the 47 Voidwaker chance off prayer. Big chance for Donator. Huge string of hits. Catches Sink. No, Donator gets frozen with a low barrage. Has 6-7 HP. Eats up. Sink 110 HP. No food remaining. Donator 111. Now 92 HP with 2 food. 18 bolt. No. A freeze lands on the Sink. A 28 Voidwaker lands off of Donator's prayer. Donator steps in, gets hit a 30 Ice Barrage. Big hits from Sink in the last stretch of this fight. A 20 a Blood Barrage from Sink. Donator gets refrozen. 32 Blood Barrage from Sink. A 13 bolt from Donator. Donator's looking to proc a redemption. Has 20 HP left. Oh my, Donator procs a redemption. He has spec remaining. Can he? Oh my, he sends it on off prayer. Wait, did Sink change prayer at the last moment? Sink got hit a 30 on like 50. Donator hanging in by a bee's dick, 29 HP to 24 HP. Who gets the freeze? Who gets the bolt? Who gets the damage? A bolt misses from Donator. Splash after splash for Sink, and then oh my, the Voidwaker. What just? I don't actually know. I think I missed the hit that killed Sink. I was so astounded that the Voidwaker hit so low that I didn't see. I'm guessing it was like a halberd hit. Was it a massive halberd hit? Can we get a instant replay on that one? That was a crazy fight. This is a crazy good matchup, dude. Sink vs. Donator is insanely good. Sink got more hits in that DMM fight. And crazy bonus RNG. And then that first one, Donator with 1 extra hit. Sink with a bit of under RNG. Damn. Donator remains undefeated in the maximum NH, by the way. Which could be the key to victory here. He goes up 2-1. And now we're going into Piers. Could be Donator's domain. But he has been losing a couple Pier fights today. Same time freeze. away from each other. Couple blood barrages landing. They're low though. A bolt for a splash. A 0 bolt. Another a 12 bolt from Donator. Slow start, no. Donator ramping up with a 16 bolt into an 11 bolt. Shows the DDS. It's a 0. And Sync sends an anti 13 DDS. But that anti was on prayer. Another same time freeze away from each other. This is kind of hard to deal with in the peer bracket. Because it's hard to stay full HP when you're doing this. And then when the freeze ends, you guys all send, everyone sends DDSs and it's really easy to slip up. Same time unfrozen. Donator now refrozen with a big 36 ice barrage. Now the same time again, the same time freeze. 21 ice blood barrage lands for Sync. 18 bolt lands for Donator. 13 blood barrage for Donator. Donator sitting at 30 HP, unfrozen, but unable to really take advantage of the being unfrozen first. Sync flashes the DDS, sends the bolt, but then takes a 30 into a DDS chance into a volley that could have been. I don't think the volley could have been, but it was a good attempt. It was a good try. That one was for Skilly for sure. 11 blood barrage for Sync. A 16 DDS for Sync. Donator catches the refreeze. Sync sends a 65 volatile spec though. He returns it. He says mine's better. A 1 DDS earns him a free hit if he... Nope. Oh yeah, it did. It was a splash though. DDS 28 off prayer. A 27 barrage. On to Donator. Donator eating up. Has no more spec. A 24 DDS from Sync. A 24 bolt from Sync. Donator staff bashing. Sync blood barraging. Hits low. 9 bolt. Traded for a 1 blood barrage. Favoring Donator. Looking for the refreezes. Sync barely misses the refreeze. Oh no, Sync gets refrozen. A 9 bolt proc. Big 29 barrage though from Sync. 34 blood barrage from Sync. Donator sitting so low, has a couple of hard food left. 22 bolt from Sync. Donator just spamming hard food. 33 blood barrage or ice barrage into a 23 ice barrage from Sync. Cannot miss. 13 DDS. Sorry, DSIM. And now Donator refrozen with a 0 barrage into a 19 barrage into a 26 barrage. Sync kind of cooking on the peers, dude. Dude, you give Sync a bit of momentum and he knows exactly what to do with it. What the hell? Who is this guy? Right, so anyways, we're going to game 5. This is clutch as hell. And it's the Zerk bracket. I don't know who takes this. I actually don't. Either whoever wins this deserved it. You know what I mean? That's what it is. Zerker. Ray possibly underperforming on the Zerker bracket. Sync not doing like, too much better, but a little bit. But here it is. The winner of this goes to the LAN, and the loser has to come back tomorrow to try to re-qualify. Okay, Sync landing a couple early blood barrages. 31 bolt from Sync, 19 bolt from Donator. Oh, 9 AGS, but it was on Sync's prayer and Sync. No, Sync hit a a big hit before that AGSer and then sends a Dragon Crossbow spec to follow it up. But I think he wanted to go in for the AGS. But damn, he's cooked a couple big bolts in a row, followed by a big 15 Blood Barrage and a 12 Blood Barrage onto Donator. Dude, Sync cooking with crazy momentum right now. $15 Ice Barrage catches Donator. 22 bolt follows it up from Sync. A whip, no, a 15 bolt from Donator though does land. 13 bolt, oh, 13 freeze onto Sync. A whip hit, couple whip hits exchanged. Donator sitting super low. Sync does have a spec. 34 bolt hits onto Sync. Donator running in. He has 64 HP right now. Sync with a slight food advantage, possibly. 11 bolt onto Sync. A 4 bolt onto Sync. A whip, a 13. Donator connecting a few hits. 11 barrage, though, hits on a Donator. Donator looking for the DD. He gets hit a 30 bolt, though. Donator, a bit less food than Sync. They both get same time frozen away from each other. Barrage is not landing for either of them. Both sending blood barrages, looking for some healing. 16 blood barrage lands for Sync. Only a 3 lands for Donator. The bolt lands 14 for Donator. Into the blood barrage. Doesn't hit. The 12 ice barrage catches Donator. But now Sync gets frozen with a 22 ice barrage. Same time frozen next to Donator. 24 AGS on prayer. Good prayer by Sync. Could not have been, even if it was off prayer though. 21 bolt proc into a 29 whip hit from Sync. Donator, a bit less food. Fresh frozen with a 7 barrage. Sync with a step back bolt that hits a 0. Looks for another. It's a 2. Shows the AGS. Fakies to the bolt. Hits an 18 on prayer. A 47 AGS though. Rips it. That was a chancer. Did I say on prayer? It was off prayer. It was definitely a chance. I meant on range prayer. Been a long day. Same time freeze next to each other. Donator with 15 HP. A 36 AGS. Good fight. And Sync advances to the land. Yo. Not only that, but Donator went up 2-1 and Sync clutched up, dude. Sync earned the fuck out of that. I'm pretty sure Ray's gonna get there tomorrow. But for now, Sync W. That was sick as hell. And then we do have one last fight. Unfortunately, it's like less hype. I don't know. It's Mika versus Lake, but there's no stakes on it. Like I think it's for the seeding in the finale, but it feels like there's less stakes on it. Most people are giving it to Lake. What do we think, dudes? Lake? I don't know. I think Mika's just been overperforming today. Like before today, I would just say Lake. But I do feel like Mika stepped up crazy today. Like putting in some work over the week. And it's been paying off, so I don't know. We'll see, dude. We'll see. This is gonna be close. Yo. Oh, the claw, the zero claws started off. Mika spent all of his claw specs. The same time freeze. Mika spamming those blood barrages. Lake hitting a 30 bolt into a 20 blood barrage. The Mud Frozen, a 24 claw onto Mika's melee prayer. Mika hits a 25 whip. Lake catches a 21 ice barrage. The reset to full with the DD. 22 bolter. Fresh Frozen. Lake gets hit a 20 ice barrage. $17 ice barrage onto Mika. Frozen away. $22 blood barrage though. Lands for Mika. Followed by a 5 blood barrage. 24 whip onto Mika's robes though. Mika looking for the freeze control. Lake gets the first freeze though. Mika does hit a 35 barrage, or a 35 bolt. As Lake steps under for the DD control. So he's not going to get full value out of it. And now gets frozen off with an 18 ice barrage. Trades a 16 ice barrage. Gets hit a 15 ice barrage into a 28 whip hit from Mika. Bit of DD control from Mika. Bit of this movement. Lake on frozen. Flashes, no. Catches a 1 ice barrage. Now Mika returns the freeze of 13 ice barrage. Catches Lake fresh frozen right next to him. 29 blood barrage lands for Mika. Fakies the bolt into the 27 blood barrage from Mika. 29 whip though from Lake. The claw. He shows the claw. It's massive. It's a 50 something claw. Maybe it was a like 45, 50 claw. But it was big. Lake's frozen in the corner. Mika steps under. DD. Oh, the 35 bolt though, as Mika's looking to cook on this DD. Mika hits a 35 blood barrage. Mika's out of bruise. Sends a 0 claw. So unlucky. Hits a 10 blood barrage. But Mika has 91 HP and 4 hard food. And Lake has a bit over a brew and 1 hard food left. No one's going to have spec probably for the whole rest of this fight. We'll see. 24 ice barrage lands for Lake. Mika steps under with a 7 whip hit. Steps out, bolt 4. But Lake hits a 16. Oh, the schmoves into a staff bash. That was the fanciest staff bash we've ever seen. Oh, the slingshot 8 barrage into the 1 bolter. The 0 whip. Trades for the 0 bolt. The 0 whip. Another 0 whip. A 27 bolt returned. It's a 34 bolt though. It was a free hit into the 26 bolt on the robes. It's down to the wire. Lake gets fresh frozen. It's a 9. But then freezes Mika 20 something, frozen off him a 13 bolt proc to follow it up. Lake sitting comfortably in the lead. Mika hits a bit of a blood barrage, but it's not enough. 15 ice barrage on Mika. A 7 blood barrage lands on a Lake. It's still not enough. Lake has full food and a Brusive left. Mika, same time frozen. The 14 procs the redemption on 19 HP. The 27 procs a redemption, leaves him with 31 HP. The 13 blood barrage heals him up. Lake, can he get through these redemptions? A 2 redemption. A 17 blood barrage leaves Mika with more HP. The whip hit, nothing. Lake looking for the freeze control. Mika as well. 21 blood barrage hits onto Lake. Lake, oh my claws back. Holy. Good fight. Bro. Mika was starting to put that shit together. And the thing is, Lake had 1 brew sip remaining. And if he sipped that brew, Mika has been just spamming blood barrages to make the next blood barrage more likely to happen. And I feel like if Lake had to eat that brew, he might have lost. I don't know. Dude, that was crazy close. That was crazy close, but that was sick. I'm sleepy. Midday. We woke up really early, actually. And we had a shit night. It's tough. It's tough being us. But we are here. The pure bracket. Round 2, best of 5. This is for seeding. The winner gets better seeding for the land. DDS on prayer? Nothing bit. The bolt, 23 bolt. Oh, Mika. They both send medium DDS is hitting mid-range 20s. And now again, same time frozen next to each other. The DDS of 13 on prayer. A 0 blood barrage lands for Mika. Unlucky. 36 barrage follows that up. 36 follows that up. Mika going crazy with the magician. And Lake is just camping the melee prayer because he just want to get his head DDS off. Oh my, speaking of head DDS, was that a 40 DDS from Mika? But now again, a same time freeze, diagonal, so they can't melee each other. 36 blood barrage landing for Mika. That's like the holy blood barrages. This fight is going crazy on the blood barrage for Mika. 12 blood barrage landing for Mika. 18 ice barrage lands for Lake. 21 blood barrage lands for Mika. Mika running away, looking for the refreeze. Flashes. Now Mika frozen with an 18. Well, we prayed melee for that. He doesn't want to get his head DDS. The 3-1 massive DDS. A 16 on prayer. So unhumble for Lake. He's hoping for way bigger than that. A 9 on off prayer. 9 DDS off prayer is crazy. And now Lake, for all that effort, was taking massive damage in return. Big bolts and big barrages, leaving him with low HP. And Mika cooking on the DD. The bolt exchange. Mika running far away, looking for these big blood barrages. Gets it. Looking for the refreeze. No, Lake catches the freeze. It's a 19 into a 34 DDS off that 19 barrage. That was a nice little stack attempt. 27 bolter on off the prayers. Mika gets hit a 27 bolt into an 18 bolt. Mika barely gets the step under with that DD and gets that reset of his HP. And now this fight's down to the wire. 4 food versus 2 food. Same HP. DDS poke. 20 blood barrage. Lake's been looking for this freeze, but then gets frozen the first time Mika sends one with a 19 ice barrage. Lake eats the remainder of his food. Both these dudes with a singular DDS spec. Mika sends his is a 14. Lake with the 25 bolt. Mika with 3 hard food remaining. 16 DDS poke. Flash from Mika. 18 bolt from Lake. The freeze catches a 4 onto Lake. Mika frozen off as well. 12 blood barrage lands for Lake. 2 blood barrage lands for Mika. 20 blood barrage lands for Lake. Lake getting the RNG down the stretch. A 16 bolt though lands for Lake. The unfreeze into the 24 DDSer on prayer. Good for Lake. Holy. That could have gone crazy either way. I feel like Lake got clutch hits. Like the last 5 hits all went Lake's way. And he made up like 50 food worth of, or 50 HP worth of food disadvantage. And that was it. That was it. Good fight. It might have even been, was it a PID thing at the end there? There was a barrage stack into a DDS hit. But it looked like Mika was also looking for that same maneuver off the unfreeze. I'm not too sure. Either way, very good. Lake with 4 more hits in that first fight. A bit more RNG. Dude, Lake is the devil. And then with 1 more hit there. But prayer different. The prayer different. I think a lot of that was the DDSs. There was a lot of DD control where Lake had DDS specs and Mika was too low to not pray melee. And it's easy to take advantage of that on the peers. Now we got Max NH. What do we got? Mika, can we not get 3-0'd in the grand finale? 35. That was a halberd poke, by the way. Not a halberd, like it was like a halberd stab. Insane. And Lake fixes it, gets frozen a 16 ice barrage, a 62 Voidwaker spec though from Lake into a 38 halberd. Holy maximum NH setup. A 13 Voidwaker. Good job of Mika not changing the prayer. And then Mika hits a big halberd into a medium Voidwaker on prayer into a double it, which was lower. Holy. Mika getting a bit of the worst exchange there in that opening. Now they're same time frozen right next to each other. And they're both at half HP. Mika with a 24 blood barrage landing. Lake opting to cook with the bolts that they're not cooking. It's like 3 or 4 bolts in a row that aren't cooking. And then a big 52 halberd from Lake. That's what this set does. Back to cooking with the bolts. 37. Oh, that was a big 37 bolt from Lake. And now Lake is fresh frozen with a 24 ice barrage. Flashing a bunch of times on Mika as Mika runs in for the DD, steps under, starts cooking with that halberd. Lake takes his helmet off, takes a 29 bolt for it. Oh, my 38 halberd rips into Lake, into a 29 bolt proc, but then Lake freezes Mika with a 22 ice barrage and then gets the DD enabling him to reset this fight. That's huge for him. Mika was cooking with gas there. Now Lake looking for something. The slingshots, the bolts. Oh, Mika hits a big 30 bolt though into a 56 bolt proc. Now Lake just has to eat up. Lake running out of food after that bolt proc. Lake with a sizable food disadvantage gets frozen in 18 ice barrage. Mika DD control shows the halberd, sends a 7 bolt. A 53 halberd though. Lake with the big anti-halberd. That's the power of that weapon. Lake about to have spec. Lake will have spec before Mika does. A 0 halberd trades for a 0 bolt. Lake helm takeoff. for that freeze, catches it in the corner, 14 ice barrage into a 26 bolt into a 35 halberd into a 10 halberd on Mika. Lake just hoping for 10% more spec, sends a staff bash for good luck, catches a 12 blood barrage, sends a bolt from downtown, doesn't hit. Mika not hitting anything. A 34 Voidwaker on prayer. Mika hitting a big bolt in exchange. Mika frozen off 15 ice barrage, trades for an 11 ice barrage. The Lake frozen off 19 bolt after that. Mika does have spec. Hits a 22 blood barrage. Lake with 50 HP. Now with 39 HP after Mika's 11 blood barrage. Mika with no food left either. 73 HP. Unfrozen. Shows the halberd. Fakies the 28 Voidwaker on Lake's prayer. What a fucking hero prayer. It keeps Lake in it. Lake is trying to get something out. The bolt. It's 11 on the robes. Mika catches a 6 barrage on Lake's redemption. Procs it 29 HP to 39 HP. The halberd hits nothing. The barrage hits so low. A 23 bolt from Lake. Lake, slight food advantage. The bolt proc hits nothing. The 10 bolt. Oh my. It's down to nothing. The 8. The blood barrage, the 11 bolt procs the redemption, the 29 halberd procs the redemption, the 4 HP for Mika. Lake has 30 HP. The barrage, the 6 barrage goes through and he's out the game. Holy fuck. 3-0. What do you mean by that? Okay, well, that was a way to end it. Holy fuck, that was a way to end it. I do kind of just want to check in. We could listen to sound. I just want to see how it's feeling. They want to do an interview with you, XDD. I mean, that's a worthy interview. That's a worthy interview. As for us, ladies and gentlemen, we have seen Lake, Mika, and Sync all qualify today. But that leaves one more qualifier for tomorrow, starring the one and only Doobie Dobies. But, my friends, as is tradition, all good things must come to an end. And so too does this live stream. You know what I mean? What we saying, boys? Time to go fuck off into the sunset. Until tomorrow. But I hope everyone enjoyed. That was fun as hell. I did miss my co-caster, but casting alone is also fun. I hope it was enjoyable. If you were rooting for Lake, Sync, and and Mika, then hell yeah. And if you weren't, come back tomorrow, dudes. Qual number 4 will be here. We'll be casting it. And we hope to see you then. Let's hit the little raid on the way out. Have a good rest of your Saturday. And we're out of here. We're out of here, man. Take care, though. Achilles doing $1 billion race. I'm one ticking it. I'm one ticking the raid. Peace out, bros.